Well, welcome again, everyone. It's nice to see everybody here this morning. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. Administration is requesting that item 8.7, the procedural bylaw, be deleted from this agenda and added to the Governance and Priorities Committee upcoming.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Is there a member of council that would like to approve the agenda with the removal of procedural bylaw 8.7 to the Governance and Priorities meeting for November 19th, 2025? Councillor Wheeler, thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried. Is there a member of council that would like to approve the October 29th, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes, as well as the October 29th, 2025 organizational meeting? Councillor Finn, thank you very much for that. All in favor? That is carried. Were there corrections?
Yeah, I thought there would be, but it's already voted on.
Sorry about that, Councillor Brooks. We have no proclamations this morning, no public hearing.
I didn't vote in favor.
Oh, I'm sorry, thought I seen your hand go up. All in favor for the approval of October 29th, 2025, regular meeting of council minutes, October 29th, 2025 organizational meeting? All not in favor? That is carried. Okay, so we have no proclamations, no public hearings. We have two delegations this morning. 6.1 is the first one for the Drayton Valley Community Outreach School. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Do you want to come down to the podium this morning?
I guess I'll correct the agenda on that too. I think I got mistaken because I'm the vice principal of the outreach school. This is the Frank Maddock group.
Oh. Okay, so this is the Frank Maddock High School
Leadership Summer.
leadership.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so you were leading this for
Yes.
Frank
for
Maddock?
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, so we can change that then.
Okay.
Well, good morning, Heather. Welcome.
So I'll start. I'm Heather Bartling. I'm the principal at the outreach school, but I take the Frank Maddock trip because I started it 9 years ago when I was vice principal at the high school. So now we just carried on. So I will give a little bit of background and then we'll let the kids talk. One of the things we do have is we didn't make a presentation this year, but we did bring our books that you guys can look through and pass around. They'll show kind of the pictures. If you get an individual one, you'll get one that's kind of geared to each kid, but then there's one that has group ones. That's mine that I keep. So there's 6. Sorry, guys. Should have taken one more kid. Anyways, thank you for letting us come and share about our conference trip that was supported by the Youth Arts, Heritage, and Culture Grant. Because we have a new council who probably hasn't heard about this trip, I thought I'd give a little bit of background on or about the trip, what it's like. So this year there are 210 students from across the United States and Honduras, along with our group of Canadians, which consisted of our 4 students and 4 students from Three Hills. Students are roomed with a student from a different state, so they spend the 4 days with someone from another country, and broken into different groups for breakout sessions. Throughout the conference, the students are exposed to some of the top youth leadership mentors in the United States, including former NBA player Omari Pearson, one of the US's most coveted trainings for mentoring programs in high schools, Deb Hult, the athletic directors from Duke and North Carolina University, Cricket and Leslie, and many more inspiring speakers. They get an opening and closing keynote, 4 breakout sessions in the area of leading to belonging, social media and branding, building relationships as leaders, and leading with your heart and mind. They have financial literacy session, a magician, and a unified sporting experience with our friends from the Special Olympics, Indiana. One of the best parts I find of the conference, and this is, I think, my 8th year taking kids? No, 9th, because I did it before I moved here, is that when we first walk into the leadership lounge on the first day, everyone's kind of awkward and in their own groups and nobody knows anybody. And 2 days later, 2.5 days later, they have a dance and you swear these kids knew each other their whole lives. Like they are just, the dance is probably the most exciting part to watch because you're just like, oh my gosh, they're just out there being themselves and it's like they knew each other forever. So it's kind of, they do a really good job of making the kids, push them outside their comfort zone, force them to have to kind of like reflect on themselves as leaders and who they can be and how important it is to put yourself out there. Well, the conference is the main purpose of our trip, because it is, and as you're looking through the books, you're gonna see there's a lot of things that aren't conference in here. We also try to give them experience of Indianapolis because they get to leave Drayton Valley and they get to see outside of like a new place. So feel free to ask them. They're probably going to focus on the conference, but because that's where your money went. But feel free to ask them about the other stuff too in the question time. So usually because of that, we fly in a day early of the conference, and we usually stay a day late because we want to give them a chance to. You went there. Let's see the world a little bit. This year we chose to fly in 2 days early because the Indiana Fever had a game on the Sunday, and we knew it would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience to go watch Caitlin Clark play in person. Even more exciting, when we got there, we realized that I knew the 30-second clock operator. And so she let us come down to the court, gave us a tour of the facility right before warm-ups happened. The kids got like from me to you to Sophie Cunningham. They got to see the live press room with all the press in there, and got to take a picture at center court while the players were shooting around pre-game. So that was kind of really cool and some memories that'll last forever. Some other things we did this year, we toured Lucas Oil Stadium, where the Indianapolis Colts play, so they got to go on the field, run a few plays. Went to the Indianapolis Zoo, where they got to pet sharks, stingrays, feed flamingos and birds, and many other things. Toured the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, where the Indy 500 is held. Played at the world's largest children's museum. Toured the NCAA Hall of Champions. Toured Butler University athletic facilities, where I'm going to age myself here, but if you've ever seen the movie Hoosiers, that's where they filmed the final scene. Went old school duck pin bowling. Never done it, super fun. Could never knock them all down, so it's super challenging because the lanes are like 60 years old. And of course, the neat things that were popping up and happening around us in Indianapolis as they prepared to host the WNBA All-Star Game the day after we left. Never seen kids so upset that the flights were actually on time and worked. So it was super cool. To be honest, we jam-packed as much as we could in the time, so like these kids were go, go, go the whole time. Like if you saw our itinerary, you would have been like, these kids didn't rest, and they don't. Even in the conference, it goes from 7 in the morning till 12 at night. Like it is go, go, go the whole time, but it's an experience. So in order to do this, the kids worked hard to raise funds, as we want them to earn their trip, not have it just given to them. In order to raise the money, the kids did many fundraising endeavors, like a bottle drive, fundraising sales, working the Canada Day Games for the town in partnership with Brighter Futures. And then they ended up raising just over $12,000 to cover the costs. The exchange rate was a killer, so they needed to raise some money on that. Getting the grant money from the town has always contributed to making sure that the most important and crucial expense of the flights is offset for these kids, because really that's the base. We have to cover our flights. Anything above and beyond, you got to earn and make the money to be able to do it. So I'm always so grateful when the town contributes to that and takes some stress, because we don't want a money issue to be a problem for a kid to go. If you can't afford it, we're going to raise enough to make sure that you get to go. Now that I've given some background, I'm going to let the people you actually want to hear from talk a little bit about their favorite part of the conference. And again, after they're done, if you want to ask questions about some of the things, feel free.
Hi, I'm Colby. One of the biggest highlights for me from the trip was definitely Unified Sports. Unified Sports is when you have people with and without intellectual disabilities come together to compete on sports teams. The reason it was a highlight for me is that it showed me how important it was to the athletes with intellectual disabilities and how much joy they had during the games. This experience has helped me grow in many ways, such as on sports teams. It has showed me how important it is to have a positive environment and to be selfless. It has also helped me ensure that everybody's included in events such as games in gym class. Some other ways I have grown from the trip would definitely be that I have realized how important it is to put myself out there in order to grow and learn and have new experiences. It has also taught me that leading is in all different parts of life, not just sports. And it's not just about being an extrovert. You can also lead by just being a good role model, demonstrating positive behaviors, and overall just being a good person. I'm very grateful for this experience and all the amazing leaders I met along the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Quentin Nickerson, and going to Indianapolis has taught me so much about what it truly means to be a leader. Whether it was learning about financial decisions, mental health, or how to build stronger relationships with others. What really stuck with me at the conference was the one lesson that Omari had taught us. It was about social media and the planning for our future. In his breakout session, we talked about how we put into the world becomes a reflection of who we are. And the things we post online gives colleges, employers, and even the people around us a window into our character and who we are. It made me realize that every post, every share, every comment speaks for us even when we don't realize it. That message really hit home for me. It made me more thoughtful about what I'm posting or reposting, and more intentional about sharing the good and meaningful parts of my life, not just my hobbies, but the kind of person that I'm becoming. Through these breakout sessions and the connections I've made with people here, I've learned how powerful my actions can be, how much of an impact they can have on others and on myself. Being in Indianapolis has been one of the best learning experiences I've ever had, and incredibly grateful for everything that has taught me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kaya Bartling, and this conference taught me so many things, but the one session that really stood out to me was rhythm and leadership. One of the lessons I got taught in that session was how I can empathize with my teammates. We were given drums and sat in a circle. At one point, the leader had us going around the circle and hitting our drum while staying on the beat she started. I just remember overthinking how and when to hit the drum because I didn't want to be the person to mess the beat up. That really made me think about having the feeling where you don't want to be the person to make a mistake and let your team down. But in the drumming circle, when mistakes were made, the beat got picked up by the next person and continued on. Being a part of that circle showed me that everyone can be nervous about making mistakes, but we as leaders can be the person to pick the beat up after a mistake and help the team to find our rhythm again. For me personally, I have found that I came out of this conference as a more confident person. Before this conference, I always thought that a leader was the most loudest or most energetic on the team. But this conference showed me that while yes, being encouraging is always important, being able to empathize or understand how your teammates are feeling and be someone who is there to support them can be so much more important to help them and yourself grow. I am beyond grateful for this experience because even though right now I am applying everything I learned from this trip towards my school and teams, I know that the lessons I learned from the time inside and outside of the conference will continue to impact me as I move to university and continue on with life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Sorry, my name's Jaden Giddy. Before Indianapolis and the NSLS conference, I never really stopped to think about the way that I might affect those around me, how I'm affected by my thoughts, and that my future is decided by my actions. I feel that my personal growth began after the very first session. I learned that to grow my relationships, I must listen to ask, not listen to respond. When we ask questions, it shows that we really care when it comes to our relationships. I've really tried and have seen growth in this area of my life. In one of my favorite sessions of the whole conference, I learned the major effects that words have. Now, of course, I knew the words have a lasting effect, but I never really realized how much the way we say things affects those around us. I learned that how I present myself affects me as much as it does others. Through this, I've been able to change and grow. And I've noticed myself becoming more positive in my thoughts and the way I say things. Not always, but I'm definitely better at it. The last thing that I learned from Mr. Omari Pearson was where the different ways I can prepare for my future. He taught me that a dream is just a dream without a goal, that I can only establish my wealth through a disciplined mentality, and the greatness is only achieved through hard work. In conclusion, from these many different sessions, breakout activities, and people, I learned what it means to be a better leader, a friend, and most of all, a better version of myself. I wouldn't trade the growth and learning experiences that I had down in Indianapolis for anything. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Sounds like a fantastic trip and that you all learned so much and you had some favorite parts of your trip. I'm going to open it up to council for some questions for you. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Wheeler.
Yes, I would like to hear about feeding the flamingos and what that was actually like.
They kind of just like, it's really weird watching them eat.
Yeah.
They kind of just slurp it up in a weird way, like they kind of just,
Okay,
they just go for it.
okay.
A cup of krill and they just put their meat in there and just go like this till it's all gone. And you're just like,
What? Oh, they seem like such big animals if they were really like pushing down or, no.
They're pretty gentle, they like swirl their head around and, I don't know, just pick up all the krill somehow.
Very cool.
Wow. Councillor Pat. My mind just went blank. I'm sticking with first names. I don't get any name tags, right?
There you go.
Oh.
I have 2 microphones. Good morning. Awesome. I'm glad to see you all this morning. I was going to ask about your dreams until I heard the comment about a dream has to have a goal. So I guess I'll ask that. The conference and attending the leadership sessions, et cetera, has that affected what your future goals are in life or any of your dreams that way?
I'll answer.
Okay.
Well, I would say it kind of just made me think about it more. Like,
Okay.
I wouldn't say I have a dream as of now, but it definitely opened up like what I can do or what the possibilities are.
Perfect.
But, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else?
For me, it was when Mr. Pearson taught us about how we achieve our dreams. What he meant by that, like with a goal, he's like, show purpose behind your dream. So you can't become a basketball player without practicing in the gym every now and then.
Well said. Yeah.
So for me, I've always wanted to become a doctor. It's something that I've always wanted to do since I was little. And so him teaching us the different ways that we can prepare ourselves for our future goals and dreams. One of the ways in which I've done that is by following the university I want to go to on Instagram. That makes a huge difference. I like their medical posts all the time. And I've mentally prepared myself for the long journey that it is to get to my eventual goal.
Awesome. Well, I hope you accomplish that and that you come back to Drayton Valley to practice. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. That's a very important one. Yeah, right? Any other questions? Councillor Bohm?
I guess one of the questions I would have is, what does it take to go on this conference? And how do you select the people out of, I guess, are there applicants? Does it go through a process?
yeah, so we can only take 4 kids. Sometimes they open up and let us take a few more, but it's actually limited, like in the States, like Kansas picks their 2 top kids in Kansas. So like, I always tell them, when you go down there, you're gonna, like, these kids are running state councils. Like, you're gonna see it's a little different than coming from a high school. So what we do is, we have a list of all the kids that are kind of eligible for it, and then as a staff, we sit together and look, and it's not always the kids that are the huge leaders in the school to start with. Sometimes it's those kids, but a lot of times it's like, is there some untapped thing that if we can get them there so that they could see themselves in this place and that they have the potential to do it? Like, there's a lot of times we have pretty quiet kids, so this is really intimidating for some of them, so I have to go up there and talk. But they never would have done that before the conference. And sometimes they're overshadowed by some of the more loud kids. And we're like, if we just give these kids a chance to go, get them away from their friend group where they're a little bit louder and they're kind of just in the mix, maybe they get there and they see they can build their confidence and see who they can be as a leader, and then they come back and they can start building their own capacity in that. So generally it's the staff look at it, the coaches, we take input from the coaches, because there is an athletic stream to it. Like, you have to play a sport, otherwise a lot of the stuff would be like, why am I here? Like, one year, some people brought some student council people, and they're like, yeah, I get leadership, but it's all really sport focused, and I don't like sports, so you have to kind of have a bit of a sport to you. So we take the coaches and say, who have we untapped, and then in some ways, who's done so much that they deserve to go and see if they can go from here to here, right? So, and then we offer, not everybody accepts. Some people just, like, I tell them, I'm like, you have to be ready to step outside your comfort zone, because this whole thing is asking you to do stuff that's gonna make you uncomfortable, and there's gonna be nobody around you, you know, to like, because they're in groups by themselves. They're asked to dance at one point, all by themselves in front of everybody. And you have to do it. And I'm like, so we can't be the kid who's like gonna cry in the corner when they ask that of you. But they're all like, well, I don't know. But I'm like, but we believe you can do it. Like, they're the kids who wouldn't do it before we left. They would be the ones to step up. But when they're forced to step outside their comfort zone and see that they can do it, they gain that confidence and empowerment that when they come back, we see a huge change in the kids. They're not kind of like supporting characters. Now I'm in it. I'm not afraid to speak up. I'm not afraid to do. So that's kind of the process we go through.
Wonderful. Any other questions? For myself, so the breakout sessions, how did you pick the breakout sessions, and which was your favorite breakout session?
They have to go through all of them.
Oh, they have to go through all of them? They don't get to
Yes,
pick?
they go through every single
Oh.
breakout session, so I think they all have their favorite.
So what was your favorite breakout session? Each of you want?
My favorite was from Omari, the one that he was talking about all our social media
Yeah.
and how to plan for the future and how social media affects like what we can do, because our employers and all that are gonna be digging in and trying to find out more about you than you know about yourself.
Yeah, very true. Anyone else?
Mine was probably from Deb. Even if I can't remember all of it, I was definitely the most uncomfortable in that session.
That's the one
So,
we have to dance in.
Oh,
so I definitely feel like I grew from that one the most, so that one was probably the most memorable for me, yeah.
yeah.
Mine was also Deb's, because it really made you push yourself out of your comfort zone, and you can't just be off to the side. That one, you really had the spotlight, and it wasn't as scary as you thought it would be, so it made me realize that putting yourself out there isn't as hard as it seems.
Believe it or not, my favorite was also Deb's. It was the way that she taught the class changed the way I thought. On my sports teams, I typically try to be a leader. That's something that I enjoy doing. But as was pointed out to me before the conference, I'm typically a bit negative in the way I lead sometimes. So I'm like, why aren't we doing this better? Why aren't we doing this better? And she rewired the way I thought into what are we doing that's better? Where were we and where are we now? So she changed my mindset from a negative point of view to how are we better? What are we doing that's way better? So.
That's really great. So you all have the courage now, when you're faced with something very difficult, that you're going to just face it head on and you're going to do it, right? That's fantastic. They're going to try. Yeah. Wonderful. And then, so I was going to ask one question, but if any youth besides Frank Maddock High School students can go, but you said it's limited to 4 students, so.
It's to 4 students. Like, we get 8 for Canada.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so history is, so the guy who runs it, Elliot, he's kind of one of the big guys at the National Federation of High Schools. I've been friends with him for probably 15 years, and when I was on the ASAA executive, they sent me down there, and he was like, well, do you want to bring kids next time? And I was like, yes. And then that just got to now Canada gets to come. And
That's
so
fantastic.
we extend the invite to our friends from Three Hills, because we kind of travel together. But yeah, so then we get the spots and we're like, pick, you take 4, I'll take 4, let's do this. And he always tries to make sure that Canada's invites. He's like, you're a very important role, because we're North America, and
Yeah.
our kids are gonna be what solve the problems of the future, not us adults. So the more we get our kids together and see that we are more alike than we are different, the better for our future, right? So he's very adamant. When Elliot's gone, I don't know what that looks like. But as of now, yeah, like, we're invited again for next year already. And yeah, it's exciting.
It is exciting. You're representing Canada on our behalf, so that's fantastic. And when is the trip for next year?
oh gosh, it's third week of July, I think. They changed hotels. So it's a different hotel this year, so it's gonna, I think they moved the next weekend. So, yeah, like July 20, it's either the 13th to the 15th or like the 20th to, like, those are the 2 weekends they usually have, depending on availability of hotels and conference, stuff like that, so, but yeah.
Wow, wonderful. Well, it sounds like you had a fantastic trip. You learned lots. You came away with strong leadership skills, courage, and a little bit more maybe dance moves, a little more dance moves than what you went there with. And yeah, it's just very nice to have you here today. We wish you the best of luck in the world that lies ahead of you. I'm confident that you will be able to take on anything with that courage and that willpower and knowledge and everything else that you learned. It's fantastic that a group of Drayton Valley youth is able to make this trip and have such a wonderful experience. So we certainly appreciate you coming here, and we wish you the best of luck in everything that you do. Thank you so much. Great job. Great job representing Drayton Valley.
Do you guys want to keep the books and look through them and I can get them later, or do you want to give them to, like, you can give them to Colin. I can give them to Colin.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. And we'll give them, to Colin, and then you can have a look at them. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. I know, right? Yeah, great job, yeah. It takes a lot of courage to come up and speak, so that's probably a skill that they sharpened there, for sure. Next up, we have 6.2 for a delegation, which is the Drayton Valley Museum. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning. Congratulations on the new council members. This is the first time I've seen most of you, so congratulations and thing. So my name is Sandra Blaze. I'm the president of the Drayton Valley Historical Society. So just a brief talk about the museum. We've been around about 1988. The land we are on is leased from the town for probably the past 20 years. The town of Drayton Valley does give us a grant every year to help us with our operations, as does the county of Brazeau County. We do not have any staff people at the museum. We are all volunteers, and our numbers are fairly small, as in many of the groups around town. So the money we get, which is approximately, our budget's like $60,000 a year. It's very lean. That is used to pay the power, the water, utilities, insurance, liability, all that. When we have summer staff, it is used to top up their wages. So basically, we are strictly a volunteer run. Over the last couple of years since I became president, we've kind of changed a little bit about how we're operating. We are just not collecting stuff anymore. We have so much stuff from the past, it's ridiculous. We are now getting rid of stuff that does not fit our mandate. So the last couple of years, we've decided that we wanted to focus on archival material. So we are now like Drayton Valley Museum and Archives. Half of this Rocky Rapids store is set up as our archive section. We have got tons of archives. So we have the 65 years of the Western Review and the Pembina Free Press, which has now been digitized. 30 years, so that is easy for the public to find, and I keep posting on Facebook. We're getting the one historical book on our trappers and loggers that is being digitized by the U of A. They requested that, so we gave it permission. And it's basically the U of A wanted it for research purposes, so that is on the market. We've got so much archives from like the Oil Wives, the Lions, the Legion, the Curling Club, the hospital, and it is there for the public to see. Anyone can come and look at our archives and our photos. They just have to phone and make an appointment with us. We are closed for the winter time, for the winter season, but if anyone phones, we are always available to them, and our couple of volunteers, we are there all year cleaning up stuff. We are a member of Alberta Museums Association. We are certified. We just got recertified for another 5 years, and it's a long, arduous process. There's a lot of requirements we have to meet. So we have strict policies and procedures that we follow. what we decided over the past couple of years is that we wanted to sort of, with the museum, wherever you go, you normally see a visitor information center. So this is something we've been thinking about doing for the last couple of years, but it's just a lot of work. So thankfully, Rachel is now a volunteer, and we just have been working together. How can we develop this? Tourism. Oh yeah. So we've got a certain amount of money that has been given to us by the Drayton Valley Hospitality and Tourism to look at hiring someone for X number of months in the summer to run our visitor information center. So we've allocated about a little portion of the store. As soon as you walk in, we've cleaned it up. That's going to be where all our visitors' stuff goes. I've told them that once they start getting a request as for community organizations or communities to send stuff, to send it to the museum. And we're just going to figure out how to do it. We're talking to Scientific Signs to come up with some signage on how to get into the museum, historical site area. Our location is pretty good. We're right beside the DV RV park, the skating rink, the swimming pool. So it's at the Bull Diamonds. In the summer, there's a lot of people that go to camp there. So we just sort of, and we're always getting people stopping in to like, hey, where's the dump station? Where's this? Where's that? So we thought, let's try this. So it's something we're going to try this year. One idea we want to do is make one of the signs that is by the DV park, which I talked to Hans about. We want this big 4x8 thing that's sitting there by the RV park that has not been used. The last sign up there was the COVID wear your mask sign. So we want to look at getting a map of Drayton Valley. Not a super detailed, but it's what you would see at a tourist information. It tells you how to get in, all the highlights of tourist spots in town, where the hospitals, the pump track, all that sort of stuff. We want to focus on this because we know the businesses in town, it's something we've heard they want. They want to have some sort of visitor information booth center in town. So again, that's what we're trying to focus on this summer. We're still going to be the museum, but just a small portion of us, what we're going to try and do that. So that's pretty much, and we thank the town for, funding us our grant every year. And the town has been very good whenever we need help. We just either phone Public Works, and if they have time, they'll come and, swing by and do something really quick. Nothing major, like not taking away from the town, but just a quick little, if we get 20 feet of snow in our parking lot, when they happen to come by, if they have the time, they just do it, and it's on their time. So I'm going to introduce Rachel, and she's come up with a plan to help us try and meet our goal over the next couple of years.
Oh,
Or 3 years,
yeah, sure.
Time goes.
Yeah,
Time
we'll
takes
solve
a
it
while.
all. Hi, Council.
Good morning.
Thank you for listening to my plea for support. So I've just started volunteering with the museum this year, and it was something that seemed like it's a bit of untapped potential for the town, and it's a beautiful facility. We've got beautiful grounds there, but they do need some help. So being able to collaborate with some other groups, talking to Drayton Valley Hospitality and Tourism, and recognizing the need for an information center, then that became a really obvious place. There's most municipalities, they do combine the two. So we are looking to soon operate the Tourism and Information Center in the Market Rapids store. But the museum does not have proper bathroom facilities. So that is where we're looking for the town to be able to put bathroom facilities on site. The idea would be for it to be a standalone building. There's not really any space inside. So we do have a bathroom in there, but it is not fully accessible. The furnace is in there. It's just not a public bathroom space, nor would it be wheelchair accessible or anything. So that is our ask, would be to consider budgeting for 2026 to put in bathroom facilities down at the museum grounds. That is what we're looking for. So you can see the plan would be, if you were to approve this, then the museum would go ahead and put in an application for the CFIP grant for the January 15th intake. We actually do have a Travel Alberta grant in right now. That is not for this type of thing, though. Unfortunately, with some of these grants, you have to get a little creative when it comes to what you're trying to actually pay for. So with this one was more for marketing, but it would cover signage, content creation, and I did put in things for like drone, aerial, that type of thing to help with mapping. If we did want to do more detailed mapping, those were put in there too. The entire idea really kind of went around creating QR codes that could be all over town that would then send your visitors everywhere. So that was in, the MLA is, he did take the information, he's gonna be following up with it as well, and seemed in support of it, so hopefully we'll hear back from that. So again, then, if you were to budget it, then we would take those budgeted funds and our current money that we have in the pipeline for grants and go ahead and apply for that CFIP for January and hopefully be able to stretch those municipal dollars a lot further. So that is the plan to pay for it. Right now, obviously, we did partner with Drayton Valley Hospitality and Tourism, and then Eagle Point has come in with us as well. They are going to be taking a bit of our natural history components. They've got a ton of knowledge in that aspect anyway, so they're going to be moving some of their education programs down on site as well, which would be great. We can have schools in there as well as doing some other things throughout the summer. Again, we don't have bathrooms, so that is going to be a challenge as well. Indigenous tourism is looking at putting in a trapper's tent and doing a cultural exhibit as well during the summer season for our, and then we have been speaking as well with Métis about a teepee for on-site. So basic tourism community impact, I mean, we do see the just the benefit of having something like that and the impact that it will make for the town and the businesses in town. And again, the overall visitor experience, we just don't really have anything like that. The museum was closed this season, so this will be a way to reopen again, bring back the summer students, be able to do the tours and all of those sort of things as well, because we will have a staff on site to be able to provide that oversight that we're missing right now. So one of the other things that was noted, if we do have the bathroom facilities, then we can actually utilize the space for a revenue generating as well. Then we can do events and weddings. We do have a small chapel there that people are interested in getting married in, but again, no facilities for your guests. We've got beautiful grounds, which people already come to take pictures and wedding pictures and things as well. And then with the Mackenzie Center right there for a reception, we really could put together a package showing how you could have affordable, lovely weddings on site if we had facilities. So that's, thank you very much for listening to my plea. Again, the museum has brought the partnerships together. We do have community support. I did include a list of support letters from different organizations in the community as well, and have been speaking to just the businesses downtown and things like that, letting them know that I was going to be coming looking for municipal dollars and if they would be in support of that. And of course they are. Anything to drive more traffic into their businesses they think would be a great idea. So again, this is just the ask would be to consider. There was one quote as well that was in your package that we had come up with. Again, the museum has not been involved in the design of the bathrooms. It is a town site and it would be what you would think would be appropriate. Of course, if we were designing it, it would be a lovely, very, fit right into it all and just be fantastic and could cost all kinds of dollars. But the reality is that, if we have facilities, we can do a lot more, but if we don't, it is really going to limit how much we can use that space. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions this morning? Councillor Clark?
Certainly. First off, thanks Rachel and Sandra for volunteering. There's lots of stuff in this town that happens via volunteers and lots of people don't know that. So thank you first off for that. Secondly, my next question is around, so you're asking Drayton, are we going to go to the county as well for this?
The problem we're seeing from our treasurer is that oftentimes, because the land belongs to the town, the county won't give money for like something like that. We can probably ask them for something else, like a roundabout way, but if it's a bathroom going on there that is on the town land, that's where we're going to have difficulty. We actually haven't gone to that, but so we could be, we could, if we want, let's say 2,000 for something else to do with the bathroom, probably, but not to put the actual building there.
Yeah, there might be a roundabout way. In the letters of support, you will see one from the county. They are in favor of this idea. So I don't think they would be shocked if we come and ask for something. I just don't know if there would be support in the actual bathroom facility or if it would have to be worded a little different for that.
Yeah, my only thought is that, like, would they be open to it if their name was on it?
A naming sponsor for the bathroom?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a thought. I'm throwing it out there. I mean, you never know until you ask, I guess, right? It's a thought, so thanks.
Yeah, I know, I'm just reading their letter. Any other questions? Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. Thank you for coming and presenting. With the grants you're talking about applying for, if you were successful in getting both of them, how many dollars do you think ish that would be?
Well, the one that we have right now for the marketing is for 90,000.
Okay.
So then the CFIP would be dependent on how much the town was willing to put in, because obviously the
It's
CFIP is
usually
a
matching. Yeah.
Yeah. But we should be able to use the money in the pipeline for the other grant to go towards it, showing potential unrealized funds. So that would help maybe be able to fluff that up a little bit, whether or not we got it.
Okay. Thank you.
And we also we'll put together all of our volunteer hours and things like that to be able to show some support from the museum as well financially towards it. So we will beef it up as much as possible.
And we have had porta potties down there before, and they work, but the last couple of years, they're just, I find, like burnt stuff in there, and it's just, so we didn't have bathrooms out there this year because we found that they were just being used for other stuff, when we weren't there. So.
Any other questions?
Oh, and yeah, just last thing. So because this is mostly a new council, the Historical Society will do an invite for you guys to come down and just do a tour. We try and do that as often as we can, and especially since many of you are new, come down and just see our facilities, what we do. It'll be in the spring when the grounds look really nice and stuff like that.
Thank you for that invitation. So with your partnering with MLA, you've had discussions with him. Have you had discussions since he's moved into the Ministry of Tourism?
Yes.
Oh, you have, okay. And is there any other funding that's available through his
So he
ministry?
really just encourages you to work with his office, and then they'll let you know if there's kind of anything else that may be applicable to your project. So right now, there's not anything that's open that we're aware of, but in the new year, then usually there's some new stuff that's coming up. So the Travel Alberta ones have all closed now, but that is one that we were able to get in on.
And then, so for the CFIP grant, January 15th is the intake. So you would need, excuse me, to have that in the next coming weeks put together. The town is just going into budget deliberations next week, so the timing that you're coming is perfect. We appreciate that, so it will be on our list of things to discuss, so then you can put this grant application in. And then you also mentioned here revenue opportunities, wedding and event rentals. Is that something that you do get inquiries and calls about?
Yeah, we do, and usually, I reply back, and but they inquire, but actually no one's come. But we get a lot of inquiries, and they come and take a tour, and So hopefully we'll get more. I know the Anglican Church parish goes there and has their service once a year and makes a donation.
Yeah.
For sure, right? And then oftentimes if there's a group doing something and they need a site, we've lent it out for no charge for like the Quilters Guild or a presentation. So oftentimes we also try and help other groups to provide a space if we're able to, for no charge, because we're part of the community and we want to give back too.
Yeah, and that would be beautiful, excuse me, to get married in the church with all this history, right? And then you could just, have a tent set up or something if you had the washroom facilities there, and it would be a lovely venue down there for sure. Well, we appreciate you coming in today and updating us on what's happening at the museum. We look forward to the tour in the spring. And as I had mentioned, we'll be moving into budget deliberations next week, and we'll be sure to be discussing this.
Oh, and I come here every year, and I always say that I'm still working on getting the rock in the Guinness Book of Records. Like, honestly, and literally, there's no other big round thing like that. And
Yeah.
I looked, so I just got to get some, scientific documentation. The U of A is going to do, I called the U of A again. They're going to, I've hopefully sent out someone to analyze the rock again. So yeah, I just in communications with them.
Oh, I
So
love it.
That's my goal, to get the rock in the Guinness Book of Records.
That's exciting,
And
wow.
some of you are aware of kind of one of my goals too. I'd love to see an interpretive center down in the space too. I think our community kind of has missed a bit of an opportunity with having the lodgepole blowout in our area and the amazing things that happen because of that and the industry changes. So was kind of speaking with some other people about it, and they suggested even getting in contact with the Leduc #1 and see if we could do kind of a spin-off via satellite for those types of stories and things like that. So I do feel like there's lots of exciting things that could happen and that could come from it, and now is a great opportunity to move forward with those types of things, so.
Yeah, I did see a concept drawing or something of that somewhere. Somebody shared with me, that's what you're speaking to,
Yeah,
right?
That's mine too.
Yeah, and that would be wonderful, and I think that's where Councillor Clark had said, I think he'd have success in maybe bringing the county on board with that, right? So it might be worth presenting this along with that to the county, right? And having maybe the Brazeau County logo on it or something. Well, thank you for all your volunteering that you do, not only at the museum, but throughout the community. We appreciate it, and for coming in and speaking to us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. So 2 delegations this morning, business arising from delegations. We will be heading into a budget, as I mentioned, next week, so we can further those discussions. Drayton Valley Community Outreach School, was there an ask today? We don't have anything in our agendas.
Madam Mayor, members of council, this was just a follow-up on a grant you had already provided. If they want money for next year, they will come in and ask.
They'll be coming in, perfect. Okay, so there won't be an ask for them, so they'll just be the museum. I've added it to my list of budget discussions. So we'll move into decision items this morning. First up is 8.1 is the community grants for the fourth quarter allocation. Ms. Lola Strand, good morning.
There we go. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So for those of you who are new on council, the town of Drayton Valley offers several community grant programs throughout the year to support local residents, organizations, and initiatives that contribute to the vibrancy of the community. We have the Roger Coles Memorial Youth Sport Grant, the Community Event Grant, and the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Grant. All 3 grants operate on a quarterly cycle with applications deadlines quarterly, January 1st, April 1st, July 1st, and October 1st. Those grants are reviewed by administration and then presented to town council each quarter for your consideration and approval. So the 2025 grant summary to date is the annual allocation is $25,000. Council last year did make the decision to carry forward $2,912.02 from 2024 into the 2025 budget. So the total amount available was $27,912.02. The total that was approved in quarter 1 to 3 was $7,000 in quarter 1, $6,000 in quarter 2, and we've received no application in quarter 3. So the remainder prior to quarter 4, which is now, is $20,912.02. We received a total of 8 applications for this quarter. We received 2 applications from the Rotary Club of Drayton Valley. One of those applications is for an event that's occurring in February. The recommendation by administration would be to move that application to that quarter one application deadline for 2026. They're also applying for the Road Rally event, which is happening, or I guess happened September 20th. They applied for $1,000. EPBR did request $1,000 for their Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk. However, administration is recommending not to provide that funding because they were already funded by FCSS. There's a basketball tournament that requested funding for a tournament that has already happened. They've requested $1,000. The Legion requested $2,250 for an event for the emergency responders. Administration recommended not to approve this grant as it doesn't fit the criteria as it's specific for emergency responders. The Pembina Nordic Ski Club requested $750 for their Trick or Treat event, which does fit the criteria. The Drayton Valley Skating Club has requested $6,238 for their February 28th, 2026 event. Again, the recommendation is to move that to quarter one, 2026. And the Drayton Valley Fine Arts Society has requested $1,000 for their art show, which is happening on December 3rd. So the fourth quarter has funding requests totaling $14,238.05. If we were to defer those 2026 event requests, then that would leave $3,750, which would leave $17,162.02 remaining in the 2025 community grants budget. So administration does recommend that council approve the carryover of unallocated funds to ensure continued support for localizations hosting community events next year. So in 2025, the town received a total of $42,966 in community event grants requests, demonstrating like significant community need. Administration had decided that it was, in order to be equitable, we were only recommending $1,000 per event. Carrying forward those funds would actually allow us to actually meet realistic demands of the community because we would have a significant amount of funding next year. So the recommendation would be that council approve the eligible 2025 fourth quarter Town of Drayton Valley community event grant applications for a total of $3,750 as presented in report AIR 25-221, and also that council approve the remaining unallocated funds in the amount of $17,162.02 to be carried forward into the 2026 community event grant budget allocation.
Thank you very much. Any questions this morning for Ms. Strand? Councillor Jeffrey?
Can you explain why the Legion request for emergency responders was denied?
So the criteria for community event grants, one of the things is to be an event that's open to the entire community so that the entire community can enjoy it. That event is specific just to emergency responders, so it doesn't meet the criteria that has been approved.
So with that, it's only open to emergency responders. Are they allowed to bring a guest of anyone in the community, or?
I'm not sure of that question. Perhaps a spouse or something, I would presume.
Have we funded this in the past, do you know?
No.
No, nothing with the Legion? Go ahead, Pat.
I just have a comment. I mean, and I don't know all the details about the event, but it would seem to me that the community would have that, or that could be seen as the community appreciating the work that affects all of us. So that's just my comment.
Thank you for that, Pat. So just for the new councillors too, so every quarter we have Ms. Strand come to council and present the grant program overview, and this is only a suggestion. So we're able to change it, we can alter, we can add, we can delete, we can do whatever. In the past, council was fully deciding. Applications would come and there wouldn't be this, this kind of little fancy portion here that was suggested from administration. One of the previous councilors didn't enjoy doing this, so he just said, let administration do it and we'll just approve it. So we can change that, we can alter it. So if this is something, knowing that we do have $17,162 still remaining, if we go with the suggested, requested, or recommended amounts, we can change the recommendations. We can add to, so if you'd like to add, this is where we would have a discussion. So we can open that up for discussion if you're wanting to include that. And then we can, if anybody else is wanting to include, add, increase, and then we'd come back and then that would be part of the motion. Is that something that maybe you want to add, Pat, is, no, because the recommendation is what is presented, so we can make a motion on a dollar amount for the fourth quarter allocation total. Go ahead, Councillor Wheeler.
There's going to be a lot of us that have pecuniary interests with these because we sit on these committees personally. So we're going to have to, my recommendation would be go through each one at a time because people are going to have to excuse themselves. Yeah.
So the pecuniary interest is that you're personally?
If you sit on the board as a director, that's what we discussed during our recommendation, yes.
For a financial ask?
Yes, for anything that has to do with finances going to that committee. So if you sit on this organization, you cannot be voting on these issues. And so I don't want it to come as a lump sum. They need to be each individual, which will give us a chance to discuss each one, including the one you're talking about, as an individual piece, yeah.
Ms. Whaley?
Pecuniary interest and conflict of interest, as understood from the previously approved Bill 50 under the Municipal Government Act changes, only includes if you are benefiting personally, not if you are benefiting because you sit on a committee. So that was a recent change to Bill 50 when they brought in conflict of interest just before the election.
That wasn't what the lawyer just said in our session. We asked very specifically if you sit on a board and it comes forward with a financial ask, is it a conflict? And he said yes.
These are private boards. This was the one who was just here because I didn't see that in the slideshow.
Does anyone else recall?
The other thing is to use your own gut instinct. If you're not comfortable voting, don't.
Which is fine.
Yes,
I will
yeah.
step out for the ones that I'm involved with, or if there's applications, but that means I will still need them done individually, not collectively
Absolutely.
as a whole.
They can all
so-
be assessed individually.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, if someone wants to make the motion, then the motion that's recommended, I wouldn't be supportive of because it's recommending them as a collective, and I'd like to go through them individually, so.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's only a recommendation from administration. This will be the first time that this council's being presented with community grant applications. So going forward, if we're wanting to break it down individually, it's totally fine. This is only a recommendation. So when recommendations are coming, it's not to say that that needs to be the motion. So for this, we have, how many do we have here? We have a total of 8 applications that were received for community events grant. The total amount of money that we have is $20,912 in the grant summary for the fourth quarter. Maybe what we'll do then is we'll start with the first one, which is Rotary Club of Drayton Valley. This is for the Mental Health Awareness Symposium. This was recommended to be moved to quarter 1 of 2026, as the date for the event was February 22nd. So then, when would it come? It would come in January for the first quarter?
It would become the first council meeting after January 1st.
And that would allow enough time, if it was approved, for them to?
I mean, for planning purposes,
No.
it's not a great deal of time.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Wheeler.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that there's some of them that are events that are planning ahead, and they take a lot of planning ahead, so I wouldn't automatically move them to the next year just because their event is happening in the next year. I'd still hope the request would stay with us to discuss.
Okay. Councillor Finn?
I was just going to say, like, on the mental health awareness symposium, it's a $1,000 ask, so that's not going to make or break the event, so I would be in favor to push that to 2026.
Okay, perfect. And yeah, just to keep in reminder that if we go with the recommendations, there still is 17,000 that would be, that was allocated for this year, so it would just be carried forward. So is everyone, I guess I will vote on keeping it in the fourth quarter. And then, is there a member of council who would like to make a motion?
Thank you. I move that the town of Drayton Valley approve $1,000 for the Mental Health Awareness Symposium.
For the Rotary Club of, did you already say that, Drayton Valley? Perfect, thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Councillor Finn?
Just said, if we're rolling over money, it doesn't matter if we spend it now or in January, so.
Yeah, perfect. Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. I would agree, but I think for their planning purposes, for anyone's planning purposes, if you're just going to roll it forward and say you're probably going to approve it then, I would rather have the discussion now so they know whether we are or we're not, and they can plan. February is not far out in terms of event stuff, and if they're having speakers come, they got to organize people, so yeah, I would be supportive of the $1,000 request happening now because we still have the budget.
Councillor Bowen?
So then just a question on this. Would this grant have been approved as of this year? If it, like, does it actually follow under our community events grant program? Like, does it follow all the rules, or are we gonna?
It does. However, I just received some additional information. They're also submitting a grant application to FCSS, I think for more than $1,000. So that's just one more thing to add to the discussion. Should you approve this grant now and they apply to FCSS, then the FCSS board may choose to not approve the grant because, yeah, they're applying for more.
Can you tell us how much they're applying for the
They're
project?
still working on the application, she said, but it's looking about $3,400
And the application deadline is,
this the end of this week.
oh, at the end of this week. Okay. Any other comment, question, debate on the motion? Councillor Jeffries?
Sorry, I just have a general question, and again, because I'm new, I'm trying to figure this out. So you refer to FCSS grants and town grants. How are they different?
So FCSS grants follow a different mandate. What's specific about FCSS funding that's granted out is it's provincial funds, but it's also Town of Drayton Valley funds and Ramsey County funds. So in the past, council has chosen not to approve a request from both grants. They've sort of seen it kind of as double dipping. Because it's town funding for this grant, and it's town funding for FCSS as well. And the county sees it the same way or has.
Okay. Would there be an opportunity if the application went to the FCSS board for you or someone to speak on behalf of saying that funds were, if it was approved, already received $1,000 from the fourth quarter granting allocation, to keep that in mind? So if the ask was for $3,400, then the ask would be for $2,400?
I can bring that information.
Okay.
If that's what you wish to do.
Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. I would say, yeah, we have a representative on FCSS, so whoever our representative is would have that knowledge and say that at that meeting, but it's just, there's also no guarantee if we said no now and then they don't submit, or FCSS is inundated with a bunch of applications and can't grant out that full amount. So I wouldn't base my decision solely on that. I still support the application.
Go ahead, Councillor Bohm. You have a follow-up question?
I guess the thought process there, yes, if FCSS does say no on the grant for them, are they going to move to have a larger grant application with us? Instead of 1,000, might they approach us for 3,400? So if we approve 1,000 now, do we have to reapproach this in Q1 anyways for an additional amount? So holding off might be prudent on this instance.
Lots to think about. If there's no further comment, question, debate, then I'll call the motion. The motion is to give Rotary Club of Drayton Valley $1,000, the requested amount, for the Mental Health Awareness Symposium on February 22nd, 2026. I'll now call the motion. All in favor? All opposed? Did you have to put your? You can't. Okay, oh, that's okay, Pat, I'm sorry. Okay, so you would like to, so before a motion gets put on the floor, you would have to ask to remove yourself for conflict of interest before a motion is put on the floor.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So since the motion is already on the floor and she can't remove herself, then you'll have to vote on the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can't.
This will be a one-time. Now I've learned.
That's
I'll be more
okay, that's
careful
okay.
next time.
With a motion on the floor, I've called the motion. I can't table it, can I?
Madam Mayor, yes, we're a little outside of procedure at the moment with this having just happened. Technically, what would happen, so that we don't have this a second time round, if you are a member of the applicant board and you wish to recuse yourself, you would raise your hand prior to the motion or just as soon as the motion is made, declare that you have conflict of interest and remove yourself from the room. Because you cannot also discuss the ask. Because you can't influence it, yeah. So, but this is okay. This is a minor question, and this is absolutely nothing. We're all learning.
Yeah.
So in this particular case, we'll just have Councillor Jeffrey just back her chair up. The rest of you vote. We'll note that she has declared conflict of interest, and going forward, we'll do the rest of the procedure.
Perfect, thank you for that. Yeah, so when okay, I'll explain it after again. Okay, so once again, there is a motion on the floor for the Rotary Club of Drayton Valley Mental Health Awareness Symposium, February 22nd, 2026. The ask is for $1,000. I'll now call the motion. All in favor? Is your hand up, Cody? It is. Okay, all opposed? That is carried. Okay, Pat, you can come back.
But I recommend if you're doing the next one.
Go ahead. Councillor Jeffrey?
I just am accepting a thank you from all my colleagues for teaching the lesson today.
Oh, that's okay. So next up, I am going to bring forward the Rotary Club of Drayton Valley. This is for the road rally. Does anybody have a conflict of interest before we start the conversation? Councillor Jeffrey? So then you turn your mic and you said, I'd like to remove myself for conflict of interest.
I would like to remove myself for conflict of interest.
Thank you very much for that. And then now you have to go and close the door behind you. That's okay, we're learning, we're learning.
As long as she doesn't influence, she can just sit on the.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. So this is our second council meeting, even though our first was organizational and just kind of getting the rope. So this officially is our first council meeting with the new council. So my mistake that I'm just expecting that new councilors are coming in and they're expected to know what to do. So that is not what is happening right now. So I'll just take a minute and be a little bit more patient as we move through the agenda this morning and allow everyone an opportunity to speak a little bit more. So the second up is Rotary Club of Drayton Valley. This is for the road rally for, it's a past event, September 20th. So the request came in after the event, so this would still go into their financial contributions. This is kind of a payback. The ask is $1,000. The recommendation from administration is $1,000. Any discussion around this, or is there a member of council would like to make a motion? Councillor Bowen?
I make a motion to approve $1,000 to the Rotary Club of Drayton Valley for the road rally that had occurred September 20th, 2025 from our community events grant.
Perfect, thank you very much for that motion. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Next up, we have Eagle Point Blue Rapids Park Council. This is the Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk. This was October 23rd, 2025. Well, welcome back. So this is for Eagle Point's Blue Rapids Park Council. This is for the Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk. Councillor Finn.
I sat on this committee at this time as a director, so I have a conflict here.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey? Councillor Wheeler?
Director on that board and have a conflict of interest.
Yeah, see, this is where it doesn't work.
Are any of these council-appointed conflict of interest, are these personal conflicts of interest? Right, well, you still have quorum. Nobody else have any interest?
Yes, 100%. You will still have quorum with the 3 declarations.
Okay. Okay, so we have Councillor Wheeler, Councillor Jeffrey, and Councillor Finn removing themselves for conflict of interest for the Eagle Point Blue Rapids Council Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk. Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead, Councillor Brooke.
So theoretically, if we lost quorum right now, would we be able to move forward on this at all?
Absolutely not.
No.
Yeah, that's what I,
Yeah,
so like, we gotta be careful, right? There's some things we won't be able to do.
yeah, that's,
It may also be beneficial to table this item and consider options that were presented to previous council on how we handle our granting going forward. So if you wanted to get through these so that FCSS, or sorry, Community Services can hand out this quarter, and then going forward, we will reassess how this happens.
perfect, thank you very much, like that, or, that sounds like a wonderful idea. Okay, so for the EPBR, Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk, is there anyone that has any questions or would like to make a motion for this? Councillor Boehm?
I make a motion that we do not provide the 1,000 request for the Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk to Eagle Point Blue Rapids Parks Council in the amount of $1,000 that had occurred on October 23rd, 2025, due to them having already received funding through the FCSS.
Thank you very much for that motion. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Councillor Clark?
So we've chatted previously about motions and should they be in a positive sense or negative sense. So in this sense, would you say we move to provide $1,000 to Eagle Point's Blue Rapids for the Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk and then vote against it? Isn't that generally how you work it? It's positive and then you vote against it, right?
It is
So
generally the
it's not-
accepted
yeah.
practice to make a positive.
We're doing the same thing.
We used to be
just-
able to make negative ones, but then we apparently looked bad, so.
Great.
Okay, so Councillor Boehm, would you like to amend your motion?
Yep, I will amend my motion. I move that Drayton Valley provides $1,000 to Eagle Point Blue Rapids Park Council for the Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk that had occurred on October 23rd, 2025.
Ms. Thompson, did you capture that? Little confusing this morning, but we got it. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor for Eagle Point's Blue Rapids Forbidden Forest Pumpkin Walk for $1,000 is the request. I'll now call the motion. All in favor? All opposed? That is defeated. Next up.
Somebody let in the rest of your council.
Okay.
That's right, get my steps.
Okay, so next up, we have Mr. Roderick Molinina from the Drayton Valley Basketball Tournament. That was on September 20th and 21st, 2025, and the ask is for $1,000. Is there a member of council who would like to make a motion on this? Councillor Bowen?
I make a motion that the Drayton Valley provides $1,000 to Roderick Manila for his DV basketball tourney that occurred on September 20th, 21st of 2025 from the Community Events Grant.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Councillor Clark?
I actually attended this. It was well attended. There was lots of folks from Edmonton that came out to form basketball teams, and it was a great idea and great job, and I think everybody had fun, so I think well worth it.
It was a wonderful basketball tournament. This was their first year, I believe, and this is something that they want to expand in the future and continue year after year. If there's no further comment, question, debate, then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Next up, we have the Royal Canadian Legion, Drayton Valley Branch 269. Councillor Brooks?
I just wanted to maybe mention, because 3 of us were out of the room at the time, when we made the last motion just before,
We kept it positive.
Yeah, so we want to keep it make it a positive motion so that the motion is an affirmative action, and then the motion can fail. But if we we just want to avoid making a motion to not do something. So that kind of makes sense? So.
Making the motion
Yeah, so
in
we just had a brief
favor and then
discussion
vote.
about that just before you guys came in.
So we have a lot of things to be discussing at our next GNP for procedural bylaw. It's what I'm hearing. So this is for the Royal Canadian Legion, Drayton Valley Branch 269. This is for the emergency responder dinner. It's happening on November 8th, and the ask is for $2,250. Is there a member of council that would like to make a motion on this? Councillor Clark?
I will make the motion that the town approve $2,250 to the Drayton Royal Canadian Legion DV Branch 269 Emergency Responder Dinner that occurred on November 8th, 2025.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. I see administration's recommendation is to, because the event wasn't open to the public, but I think that there is definitely merit in supporting our community with events that go on. And so I'm wondering if maybe there's been other applications that have come forward over the last couple of years where they've been denied because they don't fit the criteria of being open to the public.
There have been, yeah.
And I wonder if that might be something worth bringing forward to council in terms of the actual policy, to have a discussion at GMP about whether this is something we want to see.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor? All opposed? That is defeated, because it's backwards. I'm like, that is defeated. Okay, so next up is the Pembina Nordic Ski Club. This is for the Turkey Trot. Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you. As I sit on the Pembina Nordic Ski Club, I have a conflict of interest, so I'll step out.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so Pembina Nordic Ski Club, this was for the Turkey Trot that was held on October 11th, 2025. The ask is for $750, and the recommendation from administration is for $750. Is there a member of council who would like to make a motion? Councillor Finn?
I make a motion that the town of Drayton Valley fund the Turkey Trot at $750 through the community event grant checklist, or yeah, through the community event grant.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. We have two more left. We'll wait for Councillor Wheeler to come back and join us. Next up, we have the Drayton Valley Skating Club. This is for the annual Ice Carnival that is held on February 28th, 2026. The ask is for $6,238.05. The recommendation from administration is to move this to Q1 2026, which would be in January. Is there a member of council that would like to make a motion?
I move that
Councillor
we.
Bowen?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I move that we move the Drayton Valley Skating Club grant of $6,238.05 to Q1 of 2026 for the annual Ice Carnival that is being held on February 28th, 2026.
Thank you very much for your motion. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. I'm wondering when the actual applications for Q1 would come forward.
So the deadline is January 1st, so it would be the first available council meeting after January 1st.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, just a quick question. So we have the three different grants. It doesn't really tell us which these fall under. Are these all community?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the only question I have. Thanks.
Councillor Boone, do you have a question?
I do have a question. Has anybody actually attended the annual Ice Festival?
Yes, I go every year.
Okay, and what kind of, what kind of event, how many people come out? Is it pretty good?
It's full.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's full. It's a great, it's been going on for, I can't remember how many years in the community. I should know that. Jenny, where are you? Quite a few years in our community. It's a big event with the skating club. They usually will have guest skaters that will come into the community. And yeah, it's quite fantastic. Maybe just a question to follow up on Brandon's question. The ask is for $6,238. There's a motion on the floor to move it to quarter one. They typically ask for, I think, an amount fairly close to this. Do you remember what we gave last year?
I don't believe we gave anything last year. Let me try to get that answer.
Okay, and do you recall why? I'm not sure if it was in kind, maybe, is this where, and this was something else that's in our policy where we looked at in-kind donations to clubs and things like that as well. So it could have been an in-kind. Right, Councillor Wheeler?
Yeah, I would say that this is a fairly large ask, but just because it's the ask doesn't mean we have to provide the full amount. With any of these organizations, any kind of support is always appreciated, so if it would be my preference to grant out now, but maybe not the full amount.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor to move this to quarter one of 2026. If there's no further comment, question, debate, then I'll call the motion. All in favor? All opposed? Did you vote, Pat? Okay, that is carried.
Just in follow-up to your question, they did not apply last year.
Oh, they didn't apply?
No, they did
Oh,
not.
okay. Thank you for that. And the last one on the agenda this morning is the Drayton Valley Fine Arts Society. No one's removing themselves. This is for the art show that's coming up on December 3rd, 2025. The ask is for $1,000. Is there a member of council that would like to make a motion? Councillor Clark, I think, beat you to it. Councillor Jeffrey, you didn't even see his hand go up. It was so fast. I was still talking and he had his hand up.
I will make the motion that we approve $1,000 for the Drayton Valley Fine Arts Society Art Show on December 3rd, 2025.
Thank you very much for the motion. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? I would just make the comment that I am in favor of this. I think it's a fantastic opportunity that the Drayton Valley Fine Arts Society is providing to our community. I know that we partnered with them this summer for the piece of art that is on the Team Auction Center, that lovely tree that a local Canadian and I think Albertan artist was able to contribute to our community. So this is, I think, going to be another fantastic art show in our community. If there's no further comment, question, debate, then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. And that wraps up our fourth quarter funding requests. And now I believe our totals will be a little bit different there. Or did they remain the same? I think we just have the one, right?
Sorry, Council,
Ms.
just
Whaley?
a little bit of advice. Yes, you've changed your numbers. You moved one to Q1, so it wouldn't have been subtracted. We'll bring it back to budget deliberations for any carryover discussion for next week. So if we can just ignore that for right now.
Perfect, thank you very much. So that wraps up our 8.1 community grant decision item. I will call a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene. Councillor Brooks, did you have a question?
Not so much a question. Well, maybe it's a question. Are we going to be presented with the guidelines for the grant funding sometime in the near future, or should I make a motion to have that brought to council?
Sorry, through the chair, for clarification, you'd like the policies?
Yeah, there was some discussion on, whether certain things should be,
Approved or not
should be approved or not approved. Maybe council wants to change the policy some ways. So if we could have that policy maybe brought back to the next meeting.
It's always useful for council to review your policies. Based on what's on the agendas upcoming, I would suggest your Governance and Priorities Committee in January.
Okay.
So we can include that if you'd like.
Yes, do I need to make a motion to do that, or is that?
Our recording secretary is here. She handles all of the agenda settings, so it'll have been noted already.
Very good.
Perfect, and we'll call a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. 40, moving along the agenda, next up is 8.2 under decision items. This is Drayton Valley Municipal Library Board. And this is for members at large and Brazeau County Council appointments. Ms. Whaley, you were presenting this morning?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of council, as per our library bylaw, we appoint the recommended council member from Brazeau County, and we have one member up for reappointment currently. So the recommendation is that council appoint to the Drayton Valley Municipal Library Board, Aria Harris as the Brazeau County Council representative for a one-year term ending October 31st of 2026, and the reappointment of Karen Hickerty as a community member at large for a three-year term ending October 31st, 2028.
Perfect, thank you very much for that. Any questions for administration, or is there a member of council that would like to make a motion? Councillor Finn?
I make a motion that council appoint to the Drayton Valley Municipal Library Board Aria Harris as the Brazeau County Council representation for 1 year, ending October 31st, 2026, and reappoint Karen Hickerty as a community member at large for a 3-year term ending October 31st, 2028.
Perfect, thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. I don't know what you were doing. By the time I look here, everyone's got their hands down. That is carried, that motion. Next up is 8.3 is the Pembina Regional Aerodrome Association. This is for council committee member. Ms. Whaley is presenting on this as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the organizational meeting, there was some question as to whether there was going to be a council rep on the Pembina Regional Aerodrome Association. We have contacted them. They've been in touch with us, and yes, there is. Unfortunately, the previous member of council that was appointed to the aerodrome was the one who passed away, and it was never reappointed, so that was why we were unsure at the organizational meeting. So if a member of council could express interest in sitting this committee and council appoint said person, that would be wonderful.
Councillor Finn?
I'd like to express interest in sitting on this committee with the Pembina Aerodrome Association.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for administration, or is there a member of council that would like to make a motion? Councillor Wheeler?
Is this committee, I read through the application, and it's mostly funded by the town, but is its purpose administrative of the airport and the facility, or is it kind of to make recommendations to what happens at the airport and the facility?
Through the chair to Councillor Wheeler, it's more a recommendatory body.
Okay.
They don't have direct decision-making authority, and they are jointly funded, both town and county, with some side portions that the town handles separately as we are the management body for it. So.
Thank you.
And one of the things that the previous council recognized was the asset of the airport and how, as an economic development driver, right? We, the Reeve and myself were sitting on a regional airport with MLA Shane Getson and other mayors from the area trying to expand on our airports, including the Drayton Valley one. So this would be definitely for economic development in the committee, or in the community, sorry. Councillor Jeffries, did you have a question, or did you want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Perfect.
I move that we appoint Councillor Finn to the Pembina Regional Aerodrome Association for the 25-26 term.
Wonderful, thank you for that motion. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call them, Councillor Bowen?
Sorry, and just as a backup, I am comfortable taking that.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
As
that's
the-
right. So for, I don't think we call it backup, we call it alternate.
Alternate,
I was trying to think of the word too.
Me too.
So for alternate, would we need?
Madam Mayor, is
Councillor Jeffrey, could you amend your motion, please, to include Councillor Bohm for an alternate for this committee?
Yes. Do you want me to repeat?
Please.
Okay, I move that we appoint Councillor Finn to be our representative on the Pembina Regional Aerodrome Association, and that we appoint Councillor Bohm to be the alternate representative for the 25-26 term.
Perfect, thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? I'll just comment that I think that both of these gentlemen will do a fantastic job representing our community, and that driving up the airport as an economic development driver. I'll now call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Next up, we have 8.4, which is our asset management plan. This is Mr. Froese and Ms. Terry this morning. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Ken Froese, and my job with the town is asset management. I track all our town's assets, the age, what we paid for it, what the book value is, what the replacement value, the condition, and the replacement cycle. And it is today my opportunity to give you an update on where we are with our assets. Assets are really about services. That's what the assets provide, and we try to focus more on the services than the assets. But it is about doing the right thing to the right asset at the right time to deliver sustainable services to our community, the services that they require and the services that they're willing to fund. Part of today's discussion will be about infrastructure deficits. And we are in the same situation as literally every municipality in Canada. And the discussion today will be, it's laid out in the report how we got here, right, which is good to know, but our discussions mainly today will be, okay, now that we're here, what do we do going forward? With that, before I get kind of diving into the numbers, are there any questions or comments or? No?
Nope,
Okay.
continue on.
Okay. I think I have power here. Do I have? Oh, okay. What I'm actually going to do, we're going to jump into water here. Water is our most important asset or service that we deliver to the community, and we'll probably, and it's one that we've been able to put the most effort into to date. What I do want to do, because it kind of helps lay things out, is jump ahead here to slide number 6. This shows our 75-year assets. When I use ages, I mean these are the estimated useful life of the assets. Our water valves, which is our shortest time frame for our water assets, is 75 years. And you'll see then that our earliest assets that were installed in 1954 means that they're coming to the end of their expected life in 2029. So it's on the horizon, right? The other thing, though, it's interesting that this slide shows is the growth phases of the community. And I wanted to point that out first because it does reflect back on a lot of our discussions and strategies that we use. You'll see that our initial growth phase from 54 to 59 was kind of the boom years of Drayton Valley, shortly after the Discovery Well, which I think is in 53 or 54 when the Discovery Well is. And then you'll see the oil boom of the 70s, where the town grew, through the entire range of the 70s, which came to an abrupt end in the early 80s when oil boom was over. And we all remember the bumper stickers, please let there be another oil boom. I promise not to spend it all next time. And then we hit the recession of the 80s, if you recall that. Side note, I graduated high school right at the end of that, and I had a motorcycle loan at 18%. That was the economy we were in through the 80s. And then we went into the next boom cycle, which was from the early 90s out to 2014. And we all recall in 2014 where, again, everything came to a sudden halt, in town and stuff. And so, and our strategy that we've built out here, if you'll see when we look at our reserve funding that we're recommending, it's unrealistic to go out the full 90 years of which is the longest 100-year assets. That's unrealistic to go out that far. That would mean for the assets that we installed last year, we would need to go out 90 years from there. And the crystal ball is not that clear, right? So the number I've chosen in this report is 30 years. So that takes us out to 2055. And the reason I chose that number is that's right at the end of the second development phase of town. So that gets us through those first two development phases when all these assets will be becoming due. Okay, so now I think I can go backwards here. Okay, so this is water, okay? And you'll see that, and again, my intent is just to go over some of the key numbers here, not to go through all of this, time allowing, and to allow as much time as for questions, right? Okay. You'll see that, we have all our totals on how much we have of each of our assets. We have 343 assets and nearly, 80 kilometers of pipe in the ground, right? And you see on the right here, all the replacement values, which comes up to $225 million is the replacement cost of all our current, this is water distribution, this is not water treatment, okay? And you'll see then that for the 30-year annual requirement, the number is $1.5 million, which will be required in reserves from today going forward every year, adjusted for inflation. These numbers are all in 2025 dollars, right? And the reason why I chose that is it, when you look at some of the other bar graph reports, charts, keeping them in $25 helps keeps things relative, so you can see the scope of work going ahead without knowing that it's being inflated by dollars. But and it doesn't change a lot, because if we can inflate the costs simultaneously with the recommended reserves, and they track together, right? I did do it just to see at 2.5% interest, and that number then becomes 1.7 million. So it doesn't really change a lot, okay? You also see our 5-year history on what we have been spending up to now on the water distribution, and you see the number is $104,000. So it's nowhere near the number it needs to be, right? I'll move forward if there's no questions on that. Okay. Yes, sorry, Colin.
Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Councillor Clark.
So I mean, this is kind of indicative of, when we start looking at our budget and we start looking at the water treatment plant, for instance, and the whole water distribution, and how we should not be using those funds for operations, right? A lot of it should feed back into the capital side of things, and namely replacement of some of these parts and pieces and
Absolutely.
systems.
Yes, and that is, on the final page of this report, that is the recommendation. Yeah.
Yep.
This one is where actually the $1.5 million came from. This is just a screenshot of an active spreadsheet tool that we have, and that I expect we'll see more of it next week when we're in discussing budget. And what this allows us to do is put in a number, in this case, $1.5 million. And the orange bars are the accumulating reserves as time goes. You'll see in 2029 is when we start spending money, but it's small dollars, where the bigger numbers come down. The bigger numbers end up here. Some, I think that's, can't read from here, but I think it's 2040 something is the number there. And you'll see at $1.5 million, once we start spending money, how quickly the reserves get used up. And on this example here, it lasts to 2055. So that's where the $1.5 million came. That gets us to 2055. And at that point, we start spending more money than we have. And you can see how quickly we go into the negative in the reserves. And this is that second, when that third growth time period comes in, the one that was from the 90s through the 2014. That's this growth here where we start to run out of money. Okay. So I'll go on to the next one here. This shows the condition of our assets. And I wanted to comment, hopefully you guys have had a chance to kind of review this, because it's a lot of information and we're kind of going through it quickly, but I do recognize that today's agenda was like 200 pages long. So, hopefully we're not going through this too quickly, and at any point you want to stop and discuss it, we definitely want to do that. This shows that of our water assets that 23% of them are in a very poor condition, right? That's those water valves that are coming up here in the next few years. And by very poor, just to put that to scale, that means it's in the last 20% of its life cycle. Okay? And you see, but then the 90-year stuff, you see we've got some time there. There's a number of years before we run into the 15 years by def, we got another 15 years on top of that before those assets start coming due. Okay. We've already looked at that. That's the 75-year and the cycle there. That's the 90-year, and it just shows that, that point where we start spending money is farther down the line there. I'm just gonna, now if you'll see those two large blue lines in that, that's our trunk line that comes across the west side of town and then up along the ring road to the water plant. Portions of that have already been replaced, but those numbers aren't reflected in that. We haven't, we don't have those new assets replaced or updated within our program. But that's those large tube lines is the trunk lines. And partly because the original trunk lines were, they're clay tile. They're an older pipe that doesn't last as long. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to back up. So you see our current projects are our water valve replacement program, which we've already started. And the intent is to try to replace 10 valves every year at a cost of about $20,000. We've done, I think, 2 or 3 this year so far, Shelley, and the average cost is right on that $20,000 mark to replace those per valve. Yeah. And these tend to be,
Sorry, can I just ask a question around that? So in the 2025 budget, we allocated $200,000 to go
Correct.
towards that, and we've only spent just over $7,000, I believe. So why is that?
We haven't started full out that program. It is fall, we're starting it, so we've done 3, and now we're going with the next. So they'll be done before the end of the year.
Oh, they will be done. All 10 of them will be done before? Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then the other big project is the water distribution plant tie-in, which brings a water line up the 56th Avenue corridor up into the downtown here. And that one's the important part of that one is it brings redundancy to our water supply system. Currently, all the water in town comes through Reservoir 2, comes from the water plant to Reservoir 2, from Reservoir 2 out to the entire town. And we have no redundancy in the system. If Reservoir 2 goes down, we're out of water, right? So that's the important part of that project is to bring, and the new water plant was built to be able to feed the system directly without having to go through a reservoir. And so that's the intent of that project that's ongoing right now. Okay, wastewater collection, so again, we see we have roughly 70 kilometers of pipe and just over 1,000 manholes, with a total of $182 million worth of assets, current replacement cost, and a 30-year reserve requirement of $1.8 million. Okay, you'll see our 6-year annual. What we've done historically over the last 6 years is a little better. It's just over $1 million. But you'll see the big $4 million project back in 2020, which was the South Sanitary trunk line, and so that has definitely influenced that $1 million in that a majority of that was spent 5 years ago when that project was done. Okay. Condition looks very similar to the other one. We have 20, sorry, my eyeballs can't see that far, 26% of our assets are in that very poor condition. And that's mainly our manholes, which have a 75-year lifespan, and the portions of our town that are using the VCT pipe, the clay pipe. It has a shorter lifespan than 90 years, which is what the rest of it has, the newer PVC pipe. Okay. Again, that's that same distribution. You'll see we have also some known data gaps. The one I just mentioned, that the South Sanitary trunk line was upgraded in 2020, and then we haven't updated that in the system yet. And then we have, a number of assets currently that we don't know the size of. So on those, I assumed they were the average size, to do our projected costs and that kind of stuff. Okay? Lift
Councillor Wheeler,
stations,
do you
we
have a
need to.
question?
Sorry?
Councillor Wheeler.
Yeah, I just need an explanation on a service lateral.
Oh, that's when we go off the main line to the residence or the house, eh? Yeah, and there, yeah. And we have, we have, what's the number there? 3,000, we have 28, almost 3,000 water service laterals, which, and beside every one of them is a sanitary service lateral, right? But in the system, we only have 584.
We might need you just to talk to us at a grade 7 level when
Oh.
you see some of this. Or 5, grade 5 level.
Yes. I do the same thing all the time. I just, what is that? I'll Google it. Oh, okay. Now I can pretend to do that all along. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any questions on that? Okay.
Councillor Clark?
So the service laterals, why would we not have those in there? Is that just a function of essentially from the property line to, the home, the water meter is the responsibility of the homeowner? Or is-
Currently, the section from off the main to the property line is the town's, and then from the property line into the residence or the business is the property owner. It's just a matter of, they were just never entered into the system. They were never entered into our GIS platform, and then that's the basis we use to create the assets and the asset management. So it's just, they're there, they exist, it's just a gap as far as recording the assets, as far as age, and what they're made out of primarily is the two things we look at.
But we would know what replacement costs on those would be, right? Regardless of what age or whatever. It's just a matter of where they fall in that timeline, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Wheeler?
Do we actually have them mapped, though?
No, we can only assume where they are.
Yeah.
Because they run with the water line. Yeah.
Sounds great.
Okay. Next is water collection. Again, storm collection. We have a lot less storm infrastructure in the ground. With only roughly 25 kilometers of pipe. And a lot lower figure. We look, a total of only $86 million. But no, we don't have any information on our culverts. That's one of our information gaps that we have. We know we have 191 culverts, but we don't know the age or the condition of them currently. And they are recently becoming more of an issue, with culverts being plugged. And that's part of the ditching program that Public Works has been doing this year to try to get the ditches more into, so that it's bringing the water correctly to the culverts and then also cleaning out the culverts. So I expect there'll be more requests for resources required to do that in this year's upcoming budget. Okay. You'll see our expenditures, our yearly average for the last 5 years is $200,000, with most of that coming in the last 2 years. A big portion of that was the part of the storm assets that were either replaced or added during the 50 Avenue project. You see that's a total of $941,000 in that. And then this year we have the Murrah Pond expansion, which is mostly, it isn't physically getting bigger, but we are dredging it to make it deeper. Is that correct, Sally? Okay. And the Greenwood drainage ditch are the two projects that are going on for storm this year. So that, although that number is significantly lower for the annual requirement of it's only $190,000. But this also has those information gaps in it. Like I said, no culverts and those kind of things. So that number is lower than what the actual number will be. And as we get these information gaps filled in, you'll see that number increase, Madam Mayor.
What about the manhole lining program as well? So it doesn't look like we've started that, and that's supposed to be done this year. I think we have 200,000 in that as well.
So it was supposed to start in October, and they had an equipment failure, so I'm just waiting to hear from them. But winter is the best time to do it.
Okay.
Just because you don't have infiltration coming in, so the manholes are dry essentially, and you can have coatings.
Okay.
But it does rehabilitate those manholes for we hope another 25 years.
Okay, so by doing the manhole lining program, it extends the life?
Correct.
Okay, and the plan is to do a certain amount of those, just like the valve replacement, every year as well? Correct, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you. Sorry, what's an outfall?
An outfall is, can you better explain that, Shelley?
Maybe we could have like a
I know where they
printed
are and what they look
glossary.
like, but to explain it?
I was like
yeah.
charades, yeah,
Yes.
the water
Yeah.
comes out the.
Like for the storm?
Yes.
Okay, so what was your question again? So what was the outfall?
Thank you for the question. So the outfalls would be any, like from our stormwater ponds, where those flow out of there into a creek that would then enter, probably most likely the North Saskatchewan River is where most of ours do enter. So that would be what you call an outfall.
And they're usually made out of concrete as opposed to a metal culvert that you're used to seeing. The outfalls are concrete enclosures. Yeah. Okay. Madam Mayor, did you have a question?
No,
Okay.
I'm good, thank
Okay,
you.
Okay, so I'll go forward. Again, you'll see our conditions. Stormwater have a lot longer, like they're typically in that 100-year life cycle, so we see our condition is, with 50% of them in fair conditions. Our stormwater is, I would say, is our best as far as our infrastructure, underground infrastructure. Okay. Again, there's that 50-year, the profile. This one doesn't have any of our 50-year, I'm just reading my notes here, no replacement profile for our 50-year assets, which are our culverts and our outfalls. This is the older one. That big spike in the middle there you see is when, in 1979, when Aspen View was built. That's that big spike you see in the middle there when all those assets came in. Noted at the bottom there, culverts have no age, material, or condition. Outfalls have no condition rating, and our storm ponds have no age or condition rating. Okay. At this point, things we have to do on our to-do list. Okay. Okay, now we get into roads, and this is where our reference changes as far as finances. Roads do not have a defined life cycle like the underground assets do. Roads typically will last 25 years if you do nothing to it, and they'll last up to 40 years with proper crack sealing and timely overlays and proper maintenance. So the numbers that we are discussing now are no longer reserve dollars. These numbers are today dollars or near future dollars as far as we're laying out the projects. And the other thing I wanted to bring up too, as far as what's really affecting our road budgets, operational and capital, is our recent winters that we've been having with numerous freeze-thaw cycles throughout the winter, and that really causes a lot of trouble with the cracks and the potholes, which we've all experienced in town here. Okay. So staff has identified 17 capital projects, locations in town here where the roads need capital repairs, for a total cost of $19.3 million. So if we were to hypothetically spread that out over 10 years, it's easy math, it's $1.9 million a year for the next 10 years, that would be required. If we look at our annual expenditures over the last 10 years, which I think is the next slide, this one. If you look at our annual expenditures over the last 10 years, though, it's at $1.4 million. So we're not that far off from, historically to what we see in the future. So it would be reasonable then to expect a $1.5 to $2 million requirement for our roads for the foreseeable future. Okay. This map shows all the projects that we've identified in town with a cost, an estimated cost associated to each one. The orange dots are the priority ones. And typically priority doesn't necessarily mean that it's the road in the worst condition. It's also the road that is most traveled by the public and has most impact on the general public. So those do bring those up, even though they may not be in the worst condition. One is obviously 43rd and cross in front of all the schools is a highly traveled road that is in very poor condition. The other one is coming off 50th at the funeral home and then wrapping around back to 50 Avenue is another high priority road. A portion of that requires full reconstruct, and a portion of that is just a mill and pave. That's why it's been divided up into two. And then there's the portion here just beside us here and cross in front of the post office that's in pretty rough shape. And then another one that really should be on here, it's not, is an orange dot, but it's not highly traveled, but up here on what is that, 42 Avenue?
Is that Northview Pond?
Just off Northview Pond. Yeah, just around the corner. Here's Northview Pond, and you just come around and right here.
Okay, so there's another one.
Yeah.
Right? It is, or Northview Gardens. That's the one.
That's the community, yes.
That's the community, okay, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And that one's looks like a gravel road. Like that one's in pretty bad shape.
It's really
right?
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
Northview.
right, sorry, yes. Yeah,
something
Northview Gardens
happened
is
to
underneath
Northview
this here.
Gardens this year.
This one is right here, yeah.
Oh, so that's 42nd, okay. Something happened to Northview Gardens. I think I had this conversation with Shelley or someone. Northview Gardens, all of a sudden, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Was it with you, Jonathan?
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
because all of a sudden something's happened with the heaving of the frost or something. Yeah, it's quite bad.
Okay. This highlights the importance to continue to fund the proactive operational maintenance budgets, like crack sealing and potholing. We also have identified, how many locations are we doing with the deeper? 12. Oh, yeah, so there's 12 locations that are identified that a simple pothole repair won't work. It's more, but it's a localized, full surface repair. And the total cost for that is just over $700,000 for these. They typically to be at entrances into parking lots, like the shopping malls and the grocery stores and that kind of stuff, or in the more high traveled corners and stuff is where you see these, where it's a very localized place, but it needs that full depth repair.
And have those been identified on this map?
No, they have not.
Okay,
Yeah, but they will be discussed next week.
okay, perfect.
Okay. The other one is timely mill and paves. Like a lot of these ones that require a full reconstruct, that means we went too long, right? That we should have proactively done a mill and pave on that road a number of years ago, which would have prevented it from deteriorating, because that just repairs the surface. But once the moisture gets in and starts to degrade the base, like we saw on 50 Avenue there, then we need that full reconstruct, which is 4 times the price of a mill and pave. Right? A good example of that is Meyer Avenue, which is on the list here. Okay, Meyer Avenue was identified to be for a mill and pave back in 2017, I believe, is when that was first identified. It was Mackenzie Avenue and Meyer Avenue were supposed to be done at the same time, but we ran out of money. We got Mackenzie done, but we never did Meyer, and Meyer was never put back on the budget for that mill and pave. I can't, nobody's here now, that was then, sidewalks, okay. But now, here we are a number of years later, and it's no longer a mill and pave. Our engineering firms are telling us that that's a full reconstruct. So sometimes we may prioritize a mill and pave road over a full reconstruct, because a full reconstruct is at the point now where it's not going to get any worse, or it's not going to get any more expensive, is the term. And so we'll prioritize doing a mill and pave to try to get that one while it's more proactively. Next is sidewalks and trails. We have roughly almost 96 kilometers of sidewalks and trails in town. Our trail network is very extensive and highly utilized. My wife and I just love riding our bikes on it, We have a total of $36 million is the replacement cost for it. We do not, at this point, have condition ratings on them. but Vincent's currently working on that for the roads. And so the next time you'll see this report, I'll be able to give you the condition chart that shows it. But we are very aware of all the locations that do require work. It's just not something I can put on a spreadsheet, pie chart at this point. There's two issues with sidewalks. There's the isolated tripping hazards, which are typically caused by tree roots. And those are usually looked after by the operating budget, which we've had a focus on in the last 2 or 3 years. We've put a lot of time, effort, and resources to dealing with as many of those tripping hazards as we can. And then the other one is when you have larger sections of sidewalk that require the entire section to be repaired, and that's typically a capital project. Last year was our first year of what we're calling our sidewalk renewal program, where we pick an entire block and just do the whole block on both sides. Last year we did 46th Street coming off 50 Avenue, which then wraps around to 48th Street, which was the one that was new. So last year was the first year we did that with a budget of $300,000. I don't know what it came in at, but I know it was under budget. And you'll see that next year and in the following years to continue that program. And then with the trails, our plan is to have a $200,000 ask every second year to update the trails. The trails, though, historically over the last number of years has been grant funded, and we're actively applying, that's the right term, too, so that we can continue to have that grant funded in the future years.
And with the sidewalk replacement program, we're doing like the soft round edges for accessibility and everything as we get those done throughout the community?
Yeah, right now, most of it is done in the older parts of town where there's a boulevard between the sidewalk and the road, so they're not the mono sidewalks with the rolled curb.
Yeah.
But where those sidewalks do hit the intersections, most of them, but not all, have proper wheelchair ramps there, and if they don't, we do put in the proper wheelchair ramps there.
Perfect, as we're updating or upgrading them
Yes,
if needed.
yeah. So, yeah, accessibility is always, anytime we touch a sidewalk, accessibility is one of the criteria that we look at.
Perfect.
I think we covered everything there, okay? That shows our historical spend on both sidewalks and trails. And it has been significant, combined between capital and maintenance and repair over the last 5 years. We have been spending $315,000 a year over the last 5 years on our sidewalks. Okay? There was something I remembered. I'll just say it instead of going backwards. When we were talking about roads, I forgot to talk about our potholes, program and what we're currently doing with potholes and crack sealing. So we have currently the last 2 years, we've been spending on average of $69,000 on our crack sealing program. And then for potholes, we've been progressively doing more and more potholes over the last 3 years, which is part of it is a focused effort on part of the Public Works, and also it shows that the roads themselves are deteriorating. In 2023, we had 105 pothole work orders, but then in 24, there was 131, and then last year there was 174 pothole work orders. And it's not an individual pothole per work order. You could be doing an entire intersection with a number of work orders, with a total estimated expenditure in this year of $90,000, or roughly $540 per pothole work order.
Ken, could you just tell council about the machine that we have and how we do the potholes in-house? Or maybe that's a Shelley question. Ms. Terry, if you could come, we have several new councillors. And I know that potholes was a big discussion over the last season.
Also acknowledge the product.
Yes, and the product that we use and maybe are changing. Sorry to put you in the hot seat, but I'd just like the new council members to have an idea of what our process is and how we kind of do that?
So we had bought an infrared machine. So within the infrared machine, it keeps our mix warm, like hot, so that we can add it. And then we lay down an infrared machine on top of it to cure it properly. Also it helps us to kind of work the asphalt around, so we can place it there prior to actually filling the pothole. It'll soften the asphalt around, and it helps us kind of define those edges a bit better. And you add the mix, and then you cure it with the infrared machine. Last year we did have an issue. We were buying mix from a company out of Bruderheim, and it was very oily mix. They just kept blowing out, and we couldn't figure out what was going on. So I actually brought the product with me to one of my 50 Ave meetings to discuss with our engineers and the paving company, and they were like, don't use this. This is terrible. So what was happening is, because it wasn't curing properly, it was just staying wet. That product can be used in really cold temperatures, but it should never be used during your spring operations. And we were being sold it as a spring product. So we found a different company closer in proximity, which is great. And that product cured like instantly. Within the first 24 hours, it was hard, and they weren't punching out as hard. So we will move to that product moving forward, and we'll only use the other product during cold operations.
And by doing the, filling the potholes and having this machine in-house, it's saving the town money rather than, we had an external company that was doing it?
Well, yeah, a lot of places bring in a contractor to do their pothole filling. Now we have the means of doing it in-house, and we want to do more, so we'll continue to try to grow our operations to train up and see if we get more done in-house to save some tax dollars.
Perfect, thank you for that, Ms. Whaley.
Obviously, Madam Mayor, members of council, the larger potholes this year that had to have been cut out were the ones that had, as Ken mentioned, just completely disseminated right down at the base. And those had to have professionals come in and do those, because they were cutouts and replacements, so.
Thank you for that. Oh, thought you were having a question. Okay.
Yeah, for the benefit of council, I did flip back. So if you're reviewing this report later, that, the discussion we just had is on the bottom here of page 16, where you show, our pothole numbers over the last number of years, and also those 14 trouble spots that we will see in the upcoming budget discussions at a price tag of $707,000. Okay, now we'll move forward to fleet, okay? I want to first start by saying the annual requirements in this report aren't based on the best numbers to use, but it's the numbers we currently have, which is the financial life cycle of the assets, not the physical actual life cycle of the assets. So the best number, if we want to look at what we can anticipate in the upcoming years, is to use that, look at our 10-year historical spending on fleet, or 5-year, which has been $415,000 is what we've been spending to date. And it's a good chance we'll see that, a fairly consistent number going forward in that number, okay? You'll see our replacement costs. I divided this up into the different fleet categories. So the large mobile fleet, so that's our loaders and tractors and skid steers and stuff. There's a replacement cost of just over $2 million. There's 11 of those assets. So you can see on average, the replacement cost for one of those is around $186,000 is the replacement cost on average from one of those larger units. And then the attachments, we have a large number of attachments, but they're all not large enough to be called a tangible capital asset. So I just looked at the 8 that had a replacement cost of over $10,000. And so that's a replacement cost of $351,000 or on average $43,000 for each one of those. And then when we get into the small mobile, so that's the riding mowers and UTVs, we have 16 of those with a current replacement cost of $804,000. Now, if you look at the life expectancy based on the financial life of 10 years, 9 of these 16 assets will be past their financial life in 2026. So they are getting to be older assets. And then our large fleet vehicles like gravel trucks and the combo, the vac truck, we have 7 of those assets, total replacement cost of $2 million. And again, 3 of those are reaching their life expectancy in 2026. But our goal is to switch our metric on these away from the financial lifespan, and we're going to be looking at either kilometers or in hours in the larger equipment, or a combination of the two. So that's on my to-do list for next year, is to do, I've already started doing some research on what is the industry standard for how long should a skid steer last in hours, and then we can start relating that back to our equipment and getting a more accurate picture on the condition of our assets and what expenditures we should expect in the near future. And then, yeah, then there's that's our long 5-year. So you see we do buy multiple units, over time, but they tend to be smaller dollars. That number on average, which includes 2025 of $415,000, does not include the $3 million ladder truck, right? Which is in the current budget. So I took that out because it does skew the numbers. But it is in the, yes. But it is, sorry, I was supposed to hit the, now I'm messed up here. I gotta go back. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so that you can, but it is included in this graphic, so that if council has more opportunity to kind of pour over these numbers, you can see it's in the budget there. Okay. So where do we go from here? The reserves required to fully fund, particularly the underground infrastructure, is substantial. Realistically more than, for the town to fund the entire amount. So what do we do next? Well, the best time to start funding our reserve policy would have been 40 years ago. But the second best time is today. The old saying is, if you find yourself in the hole, the first step you want to do is put down the shovel, right? Just to stop digging, right? And with the importance of ensuring that we can deliver services in the future that the citizens need and require, right? So as far as protocol, at this point, I'm not sure if I'm, from my position, I'm allowed to make recommendations to council, but if I am, my recommendation is, as Councillor Clark had alluded to earlier, is that we need to start taking a portion of our utility fees and putting those into dedicated protective reserves so that we can fund these projects in the future. And when we get into budget deliberations, that spreadsheet that I showed you earlier on in the report, we can try different scenarios. Say, okay, if we put in X dollars, how long does that last, right? And we can start, at least getting an idea of what we should be doing there and the impact that it'll have. Okay. And that's all I have. If there's any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, some are questions, some are comments. With all of this, there's assumptions to be made, right?
Yes.
There's assumptions like, there's no externalities with like tariffs or international trade, which would impact costs. There's no regulatory changes over the next 30 years, which could positively or negatively impact this. There's no advances in technology. And life cycle, when we look at life cycle, there's expected versus actual, right? So we're basing this on expected. And so expected means one thing, actual could be better or worse as well. So those are just comments that we have to kind of also, it'd be nice to have a crystal ball, I guess is what I'm saying, right? And then, so there's a couple of things. One, I guess our tact is to, proactively replace as opposed to run to fail. Run to fail can be super costly. And you never know when something's going to fail, of course, but if we can get in front of it, that's better. And then the last thing I would say is just taxation on the stormwater system. We don't tax currently for any stormwater infrastructure, right? I think that comes out of general taxation or water revenues, right? So that's one thing to think of, I guess, as a council, is just that's not funded currently by any particular means. So.
Any other questions? Councillor Wheeler?
I am very excited to see this. I love asset management. It makes our job so much easier to be able to see what's coming and plan for it. I think when you don't know, you can't really budget for the future. We couldn't have said that we needed 1.9 million because we didn't know we needed that. So I think this is great. Our community, as much as they probably aren't, should be very excited to see these kind of plans come forward. I like that there's still a lot of ongoing work. I like to see that you guys are doing more. It'd be really nice to see all our facilities on there and stuff as we move forward.
They're starting to be built in now,
Yeah,
Councillor, so.
yeah, it's great. I'm very pleased. When I saw this, I was like, oh my God, I was reading last night. Like, probably people weren't quite as excited as me, but yeah, it's a lot of work that goes into this. We're seeing the highlights, but there's hundreds of hours and information and pieces input into every single. To know there's that many, you have to put every single one in a line somewhere. So I can only imagine the spreadsheets you have, but I'm very thankful for them, so.
Thank you.
Pearl was talking about this 8 years ago, so I understand her excitement. She was trying to drive it up. So just to echo her words, like, yeah, very much appreciated. It's great in talking with other municipalities. There's so many that don't have an asset management plan and they don't even see one on the horizon. So the fact that we have this in place is wonderful. And I know Elvira will be able to contest to this, sitting on one of the CFOs at Mid-Sized Mayors Towns when they created a formula for municipal affairs and the premier to ask what additional supplementary funding would look like. In that formula, you scored points for having an asset management plan, which would make you more eligible for additional funding. So it works perfect for our community. So great work. Thank you for presenting this. And yeah, look forward to the expansion of this as well.
Council, can we request that it be received for information?
Thank you, Ms. Whaley. Yeah, so if there's no further question for administration, is there a member of council that would like to make a motion this morning? Okay. Councillor Brooks.
I move to receive the asset management plan for information.
Thank you very much for your motion. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you again. Does anybody need a break? Okay, we will call just a brief 6-minute break, and then we'll come back and jump into our next decision item, which will be the Strategic Transportation Grant. Reconvene our meeting at 11:41, jumping back into decision items. Next up on the agenda is 8.5. This is Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program Grant for 43rd Street Road Improvements. Ms. Terry.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council.
Good morning.
The 43rd Street corridor serves as a critical collector road within the town of Drayton Valley's transportation network. It provides direct access to several key destinations, including St. Anthony's School, Frank Maddock High School, Powerhouse Campus, and recently upgraded 50 Ave, which links residents and visitors to the downtown core and local commercial services. Over the past several years, the corridor has experienced significant deterioration. The existing pavement surface has developed multiple points of failure, creating challenges related to safety, accessibility, and long-term maintenance. Additionally, poor intersection drainage at 48A Ave, 43A Street, 44th Ave, and 42nd and 43rd Ave intersections has contributed to the surface deterioration and unsafe conditions to both motorists and pedestrians. The corridor is also a primary route for students walking or cycling to nearby schools. The adjacent multi-use trail network and pedestrian crossings have been negatively impacted by the deteriorating pavement and poor drainage, resulting in unsafe pathways and high ongoing maintenance costs. From an asset management perspective, this corridor represents a key component of the town's collectors road network and active transportation infrastructure. The roadway and trail segments along 43rd Street are nearing the end of their service life and have transitioned from more routine maintenance to requiring full rehabilitation in some areas of the road network. Continuing to address these deficiencies through short-term repairs would no longer be cost-effective and would lead to escalating life cycle costs. Proposal is to obtain council's formal support for the 43rd Street Corridor Rehabilitation Project as a priority infrastructure initiative, and to authorize administration to prepare and submit funding applications to Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program, local municipal initiative stream. And I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you for that. Any questions for administration? Councillor Jeffrey.
Just have a question about this. I agree that street needs work. I just wonder when it would occur.
Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey, this would be dependent on the reception or the receiving of the grant that we are asking to apply for. And whatever council decides in budget next week. So I could give you a far clearer answer once you make some further decisions, so.
I do have one concern related to when it happens, and that is that I'm just thinking about the high school, Frank Maddock. The only access to the school is through that street. There's no other way to get to it, so.
Correct. Thank you for the question. So there would have to be quite the TAC program, so a traffic accommodation plan to be able to accommodate it. Our recommendation would be to primarily focus on the reconstruction, because that is, Frank Maddock is probably, from Frank Maddock to St. A's exit is probably the worst section of that road. So that section would be scheduled for summer work instead of during the school year. It would take a couple years to complete this road just because of the limitations to timelines based off school schedules. So we want to make sure that we accommodate the schools as well. So there's going to be a lot of strategy behind how we approach it.
Councillor Wheeler?
Could we maybe just get a snapshot of the proposal sent to us later? I just haven't seen it because I haven't been on. I'm very curious if there's any accommodations around 43rd A Street, I'm sure it's street, the diagonal one that attaches, and if there's any realignment with that, and then the ditch, like the drainage that's there and stuff across the road.
So currently we're at about 60% of our engineering. So once we get a little bit further along, because we're still kind of refining some of that, especially looking at the infrastructure below, we were looking at the CCTV footage and kind of strategizing on how we could do that, because that won't be covered within this grant. Unfortunately, underground infrastructure doesn't meet the criteria for this grant. So we're looking at other ways of how we could rehab it, whether it's aligning, because it's not in very rough shape, things like that, that we're trying to rehab it for another 25 years to extend the life of it. So yes, I will be bringing the engineers eventually. Just be patient with me. We will be coming back so that you guys can see the full proposal of the road work, so that we can all be informed on what's going to be happening there.
Yeah, I think that's great, even if we're just doing one piece right now, but still to have the whole picture in mind.
Yep, absolutely.
Councillor Brooks?
So I don't know that this is going to change anything, but as I understand it, the Catholic School of St. Anthony's there is going to be replaced. And so I'm wondering, is somehow, because I don't even think they have a final concept or a final plan for where the school's going to go. Is there anything that we need to do to accommodate the access and that sort of thing?
Thank you for the question. I have not got any plans for that yet. From my understanding, egress would be off of 50th, not off of 43rd. However, I don't know that yet. And if the school is going to be moved, most likely to a different location within there, and where the entrances and exits are going to end up being, it will not impact our road work if we have to remove an approach at a later date or anything like that. So yes, it's definitely top of mind of how that's going to look, but we'll be in touch with the schools to kind of figure that all out, and we'll keep you guys informed.
And just to note on that too, because we do have the press here today, that we do not know of an approval for a new school build yet of Star Catholic. It's just wishful thinking. Ms. Whaley, do you have a comment?
Yeah, it's the top priority for Star Catholic, but that would have to come out in the provincial budget from Alberta Infrastructure. So we have no news as to whether they will be allowed to have a rebuild yet, so.
would be nice to see, but we'll see. Any other questions? I do have a few. Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, so all along there, we have a whole bunch of crosswalks, especially in front of Frank, new ones in front of Powerhouse. Are we at all, is that being looked at as well, just all that pedestrian accommodation stuff? Okay, perfect.
Yes, so we are looking at calming features in those areas of those crossings, so that'll definitely be within the design that we're going to address.
Perfect. And then when we talk about full replacement, that's from 50th to 43rd Avenue.
No, so the entire road is not a full reconstruct. After we did our geotechnical analysis, it did show that portions of the road do qualify for a mill and overlay. So we are going to reconstruct where we need to, which is primarily from that 48A to the St. A's exit, as well as the intersection, the four-way stop by Powerhouse campus. Those are the two areas that would be full reconstruct.
Sorry, could you repeat that again from 45?
48A Street, I believe is, which is
48A.
that angle road, or is that 43A Street? Sorry, 43A Street, that angled road, all the way to the exit at St. A's, which does require some drainage upgrades as well. So there'll be some additional stormwater installed in that area as well. And then the intersection at Powerhouse campus at the four-way stop.
And so does that also mean curb and gutter as well?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and yeah, my other question was just about St. A's there.
And with that, so a geotechnical analysis was done. Did we have a report or a proposal from engineers from quite some time ago, like quite a few years ago?
Yes, I did track down a previous design, which showed it just wasn't feasible for this area, and I think that's probably why it didn't push forward. There was quite a few bike lanes and narrowing of the roads, things that, I mean, I don't think is our primary focus at this point in adding infrastructure. It's more of trying to get our infrastructure where it needs to be. So yes, some of that was incorporated. I gave it to our engineers, and we did look at it while we were doing design.
Okay, perfect. And so this grant, is this grant for LMI or for STIP?
It's STIP LMI. So it is, there's two separate sections of STIP.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going for the LMI.
We're going for the LMI.
Which, I just need a correction also to motion, that after STIP, it does state the local.
LMI, okay, yeah.
A local municipal
That's what I was
initiative.
going to say. And in the letter that is going to strategic transportation for the grant funding, does it need to specify STIP brackets or LMI STIP? Okay. And then with that too, it's important that in the application process, as we'd had the meeting with Deputy Minister, to include how an application like this, as well as other applications potentially, water or road, would have an impact on increased housing and access in our community, as the province is very keen on increasing housing in our province and community. So we want to make sure that we're including it in all of our grant applications going forward. And then also for this, in the application, no amounts for goods and service taxes are included in the cost or the estimate of the project, right?
Correct.
And then also, we're complying with applicable legislation and the guidelines that are fall into the program. And then what about any changes to the scope that were going to be enclosed in the application? Like, how do we write that in there?
Oh, I've got my grant writers all over that, but I'll make sure to identify it in the draft to make sure it's in there. Sorry.
So then who is it, like, if there's an intended increase or change to the scope of the work, who amends or approves that then? Is that by our department or is that by transportation?
It'd be by the town. So like, you guys would have to approve anything 5% over what our original budget is as per policy.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Boehm.
When would the expected response be on this STIP grant? I understand that that might be very difficult to say. And then when would the expected start date of this project commence?
Through the chair to Councillor Boehm, last 2 years, the STIP grants were awarded in June. They used to come out in April. Therefore, the start date for this project would not be until 2027, as there's no way to tender at that point, so.
Good. If there's no further questions, is there a member of council who would like to make a motion? Councillor Clark?
So with 50th Avenue, we identified there was a whole bunch of clay tile. Are there any issues? There's nothing, no road or, sorry, no underground facilities that we would need to look at replacing there as well while we have it open?
So thank you for the counselor through the chair to the rest of council. So we did do our CCTV footage, which is just cameraing all of our sewer lines. The condition of them are relatively good. So our idea would be to line them and to increase that life by 25 years. We've done it in another area of town, which it works kind of two ways. It structurally helps the pipe again, rehabs the pipe, but it also creates a slip plane for the wastewater to flow, so the velocities increase. So that helps with any flooding potentials or anything like that. So yes, it is what we are looking at it. There is a couple areas that would be full replace that we've identified, but it wouldn't be the entirety of what's in that ground.
Oh, and then just one more question. Do we need to identify the project in the letter going to Alberta Transportation Regional Office?
I believe so.
Sorry, through the, to the chair. The letter is an attachment to the full grant application, which identifies the project in full design.
Okay, so we don't have to have it written in the body? Okay. Is there a member of council who would like to make a motion? Councillor Clark?
I will make the motion that town council supports the submission of an application under the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program, STIP, and the LMI, which is the Local Municipal Infrastructure Initiatives, for the 43rd Street Rehabilitation Project, and commits to funding the municipal share of the project costs as required.
Thank you very much for your motion. Ms. Thompson, did you capture that with the addition of the LMI? Wonderful. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is 8.6. I feel like this might be a lengthy one, but we can always, yeah, maybe what we'll do is we'll break for lunch and then come back at, what time are we thinking? 12:40? 12:40? Perfect. Okay, we will break for lunch. To call our meeting back to order at 12:39 p.m. We'll get back into decision items. Next up on the agenda is 8.6. This is for the discussion of snow removal policy T0222. Ms. Shelley Terry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. So, the proposal and background of this is pretty short. So this report is provided for council information and discussion regarding the town's snow removal policy. I'm going to open it up to questions right off the get-go.
Oh, wow, that was it. I wasn't ready. Oh, someone just called. I was looking at my phone. Okay, we're just going to get right into the discussion of the snow removal policy. So in front of you is the snow removal policy. We're looking for any questions or changes or, any feedback for the policy. I will go to Councillor Clark first, and then I will go to Councillor Brooks after. Cody, can you just, your mic off, just because when we get too many on, what happens is they...
Nobody can talk. So I'm fairly familiar with this policy. And one of the things that always comes to my mind is what are one of the biggest costs associated with snow removal? And that is actually removing it and taking it away and hauling it somewhere else, right? When you look at the town, I feel like there's a lot of places where, should we be hauling it away? Are there places where we can shove it to the side, let it melt in place? And so, and thus reducing some of the costs associated with snow removal. It's then a snow management, not removal policy. So yeah, just a question, are there any places we can identify that we could potentially do that?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, we do that in some of our areas. Generally, it's in the industrial areas where we don't have boulevard trees that could be impacted by the salt content in the snow, drainage issues, things like that. So our industrial parks, definitely we roll to the side. There is areas that we have rolled to the side along 50th content, and the soil samples indicate that. You can see the stress and they're not growing and flourishing the way they are. They're kind of dying back. So we do have to take those types of things into account when we're doing this. We've done some windrowing along some of the school routes before. However, we get a lot of feedback from the community that's now my kids have to climb over this 6-foot-tall windrow to get into the playground area and to the green spaces. So those are things that we definitely take into consideration. We also have to look at where our stormwater drainage is the best. Where is it going to drain? Are we going to have flooding potential? Are we going to impact the roadway more with freeze-thaw cycles? Can we get it far enough from the roadway that we're not going to impact it? So those are all things that we definitely have to take into account when we're talking windrowing. I know a lot of places that do it, where they'll pick, even side numbered houses one year where they'll roll to the side. However, they roll right onto the sidewalks generally, and then the residents are then ticketed for not removing the snow. And typically when you windrow it and it rolls over, it's compacted almost like concrete immediately. So it'd be pretty tough to remove as a resident. Also, the thawing, it thaws, floods the sidewalk. And now the residents are on the hook for freeze-thaw cycles on that as well. So there is places we do it. Yes, hauling is a huge cost for our operations. However, where it's ideal and where it's not, we're not going to do more damage than good. We definitely have to take into consideration.
Yeah, and speaking of the alternating in residential areas, I've lived in a place that they do that, and they don't ticket people for not removing it on their sidewalks. It's just known that this year it's going this way, next year it's going that way, and it is what it is, right? So I think there's options, and I don't think we should close the door on windrowing. But I mean, there were times where I couldn't even see my house; the snow was so high. So I mean, it happens in other municipalities, and I do feel strongly that is a place we could save some costs. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you. Hello. So while I was knocking on doors, I was up by the hospital, and there's an area that they claim they never get snow removal. And as I understand it, I'm pretty sure it's a private area, so it's the Valley Ridge condominium. And so I don't know if there's an opportunity there to remove snow in there, or if that's even something we can do. But that was one of the concerns that was brought to me there.
Typically, we want to stay away from privately owned properties because liabilities, yes, is the one big thing, as well as damages that we may cause during snow removal operations, we would be on the hook for. So we typically try to stay away from those areas. I would suggest that they would talk to their condo board to see if there can be an opportunity for better snow removal within their operation.
Good. I did hear from a resident that was in the area a similar comment, and one of the questions that they had for me also was because as part of their condo fees, they pay for snow removal, so they were wondering why they wouldn't get a discount on their taxes when it came to the senior portion. Alvara's not looking at me. I'll go to Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you. I know previously we'd had a group approach us that was a condo group that wanted their area, their roads paved. And they said same thing, they're more like roads. But I felt like if you start paving one, even if their area is set up to look like a road, it's still ultimately just their parking lot. And that's a very slippery slope. So unfortunately, not something that I would be supportive of at this time with this information. With the package, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity, not any like quickly, but to get updated maps with these. Some of the things like the CETC just kind of being put on the map because the road isn't there. I think it would be helpful for council, and I worry about some of our external roads like going across the coulee and stuff like that, if we're just seeing where they're at for priorities, or at least people can see that they're on the map.
Thank you for the question. So We typically contract that out to the county. It's within that annexed area. So we do have an agreement with the county in place where they do that snow removal for us. But we can update them absolutely to reflect those areas as what priority they would be.
Yeah, just so they can see that
Yep.
it was done by the county, or if someone else asks. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, or even just put in the legend, right?
Yep.
Put a different color and say county. Any other questions? Councillor Finn?
Just curious if this, is there a map or like for the sidewalks and such? So like, I'm just scrolling through it here as well. But like there was a big issue a couple of years ago on who's responsible for what sidewalks. So on 50th, is the town mostly do all 50th or is it the business owners?
So we changed the policy, actually, this date of 2022.
Okay.
To reflect that the business owners would be responsible for any sidewalks adjacent to the property, which aligns with our community standard bylaw. It also aligns with what other municipalities do in these instances. So if you look at the last page of the snow removal policy, that is the map for our sidewalks and trails.
Okay.
And what we're responsible for. There was some areas that were missed. Of course, operationally, we do them, like through easements. Those were missed within the map. So updating the maps is a great idea to reflect those. But we do them. We just have a different operational map to justify that.
So like specifically, like if I was just to take in like, I don't even know what it's called, but like where 3 Nights is. So they're responsible for their sidewalk and the one on the other side, like on the east side of, or the west side of their parking lot?
Correct. Both sidewalks are the responsibility of the property owner.
And then the same would be the Derrick Mall.
Correct, yes.
As well, yeah, IGA all the way down
Yeah,
there.
IGA, so is there in front of the retaining wall, IGA is like that property owners?
Yep.
And it wouldn't be IGA specifically because that's a commercial whatever, right?
That is, IGA does it. Dotson Plaza is really good, actually, keeping their sidewalks clear of snow.
But that area along 50th is their responsibility?
Yes, correct. So I know when we did change it, it did become controversial with the public, for sure. We did issue a ticket to one of the companies along 50th that had the sidewalk within the parking lot and the one along the street. And I believe we did win that in court. And so, I mean, I just want to say like that it is more of an operational cost for us to maintain those. And we are within our rights to have that as the property owner's responsibility.
So if we're wanting to have that changed, like where the 50th and 50th, because there was areas that weren't getting, how are we amending the policy today? We're just kind of giving you whatever amendments?
Feedback, and we'll bring this back to you now.
Okay, perfect.
I would suggest that we don't do it in the midst of a snow season. I do suggest that we typically want to do that during, your summer months. So I would suggest to bring it back July of next year to revisit sidewalks if we would like to see that changed.
Okay, Councillor Wheeler, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just comment. I really agree with Councillor Clark. I think that looking at windrowing or just putting it up on the side might be a good option. I would be curious if we asked administration to look into that, if they could bring a map of the areas where it would even be physically possible, so we can see if it's worth doing. And then I understand the salt content could be a concern, and I don't know if there'd be an option to say these areas necessarily don't use the salt sand. I don't know, but.
We would have less of effectiveness on the road as well. But yeah, we could look at all those options and bring them back and kind of see what the cost benefit is for you guys as well.
Yeah, there just might be places I find that if we cleared off right away, like 50th and 50th tends to be dry a lot of the time. It burns off really quickly because we get it done and cleared. Well, then we might not be needing to necessarily put as much salt in that space on that sand. We can still put sand down. I don't know. Maybe we only have one pile we get it from. I know there's a million things, so.
Oh, absolutely. I can look into that and bring back what those risks would look like, but.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Brooks?
I prefaced most of my questions with this might be a dumb question. But I remember several years ago, at least 4 years ago, there was, it might even be 10, but I I remember at the north entrance to town by Boston Pizza, I saw a sign that said that there was a pilot project. I think they were using beet juice or something like that. Yeah. What was the outcome? By the look on your face, not a good one?
From what I understand, it did not go well. It was not effective. I think there was quite a bit more accidents, and then I can't. To be honest, I wasn't in the position I am now when that happened, but from what I understood is it did get shut down pretty quick. But I can look into more of that and kind of give you an email and look in.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering.
Oh, she remembers.
I was kind of wondering the
Girls' time.
the outcome, but I was kind of wondering the rationale too, because I mean, it's never crossed my mind to put beet juice on the road, right? So I just.
There is some places that do it, but typically their extreme colds aren't like ours, so that their weather shifts are a lot different than what ours are. I respect the fact that at the time they made a decision to try something new that could have maybe been more cost effective and safer. However, I just remember that it didn't work as they anticipated and in those cold shifts, so.
We didn't drink it.
Again, it is a thing, and we did try it, but we found the window of the temperature for when it works, it helps bind the snow, and then they can clear it really, like it just literally rolls up into a ball, and they could take it away. It was super effective for clearing, but the window of temperature of when that worked well was so small that it wasn't worthwhile. If they didn't get it on at the right temperature, it wouldn't set at the right temperature, and they had to get it off before it got too cold, so it just wasn't effective, unless it was staying that one kind of range. So, but I just saw a thing on my phone the other day for it, an advertisement, because they use it in other countries parallel to us.
And we had to switch from white coveralls to blue that year. All the public works were getting
People were
stained.
very concerned about that. No.
I'm kidding. Any other questions, Councillor Boehm?
Is there any opportunity to approach some of these businesses and say, hey, we will remove your snow for you at a specific cost or at a monthly cost or something along those lines? Or do you think it would be more of a hassle to collect from these businesses as opposed to forcing them to do it themselves?
So generally, we're not a business. So I try not to do things that are going to take business away from other businesses. No, that's typically I don't want to do that. The only time that we really step in is when we provide a service that is unique in nature, such as flushing sewer lines. Not a lot of oil field companies or contracting companies in town have that capability. However, I do want to try to stay away from taking business away from other companies and let them thrive.
There's also the issue with, it would be run very similar to the dust suppression program where you have to buy in advance. And if not all the businesses buy in, you're going to have speckled, so.
Councillor Wheeler?
In terms of the sidewalk and trails, more the trail piece for removal, it has its own priorities ranking systems. I'm wondering if you've had any feedback from the community on the trails and them being done and how things are kind of going.
Yes, absolutely. We've had some feedback on, well, why is this always last? We had that quite a bit last year. With sidewalks and trails particularly, I don't necessarily think priorities have to be set strict, where we could rotate them, so that we're going to try that this year to see if we can rotate our areas of priorities to better suit everyone in the community.
I just follow up and say, I think there's a lot of people who drive vehicles and can manage to get through most of the snow that we get, but for the people that are walking, the kids walking to school or pushing strollers or anything else, it really does make a difference, even if it's only a couple of inches. And so for me, it's always been a priority to make sure that the sidewalk and that we do have to manage, or the actual trails are swept off. Once they get packed down, it's really hard to get them clean. So.
Yes, operationally last year, I did find some deficiencies within that operation as well, where they weren't using brooms They were just blading.
Yeah.
I was like, no, we've got to get down to the asphalt. So we did make some changes where we're only using the blades to remove the bulk, and then the brooms follow, to try to do better. Also, there's a couple pieces of equipment that we had that they just don't have as much downward pressure, we found. So when they're sweeping, they're not pushing down enough. So we've removed those ones from that operation, put blades on them instead, and now we're using the brooms with our John Deeres. So just a couple little tweaks with our operations. We're hoping will make a world of a difference this year.
In the last snow we've had last week and this week, things been okay?
Yeah, so far so good. The first snow event was really didn't hit our trigger, so it was more sanding. This one, they are out. I've seen that the schools had been swept, and definitely we've got a newer crew, so we're going to be definitely training a lot this year. So it'll be a work in progress, but I hope by the end of the year we're going to be doing pretty good.
Okay, and just for the public's sake, with the trails, they should have them all done within kind of 48 hours, that's typically
Yes.
what it is?
Depending on the accumulation of snow,
Yeah,
yes.
so just if we're getting a concern before that, it's easy to say it should be there within 48 hours. If it's not, please call back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I do have a few. So how are we for capacity heading into our snow removal season? Are we prepared? Do we have enough staff?
Oh, yeah. We got plenty. Yeah.
We're good? So
We're good.
Okay, perfect. And then this is something that has come up, I think, through email, I believe, the swimming pool. So the swimming pool, I know when we look at our trails or even the road, that we do have a lot of seniors that are accessing our programs. And so there has been raised concern now that it snowed and the ice and parking and all that. So how do we ensure that that is a priority, that that's being done? And, even if they're parking across the street, that road is cleared or sand, as well as the parking lot and all of that?
So generally, we focus on our priority 1, 2 routes with sanding. I know that on the last event, we got to it a little bit later, but we did sand it. When we do our downtown core, which is generally after the first snow event, we hit our triggers, that is incorporated, the pool and the Omniplex is incorporated in that priority 1, 2, where we have to get it done within a certain time frame. I know that the pools reach out to us to ask if we can maybe bump up our operations there a bit, and we have accommodated. So it's just a matter of communication with our team, and we'll make it work as best we can.
Perfect. And then so with the team auction center and the pool, who's doing I guess, like outside of the door, the sidewalks and the sanding? Who's kind of responsible? Is that first thing in the morning, whoever gets on site does it?
So after a snowfall, our parks crew is initiated at 4 a.m. There to hit all of our school routes and our facilities first. The Omniplex, they have their own laborers on site, so they tend to take care of their own sidewalks at the sidewalk. However, the pool is one of our priorities first thing in the morning after every snow event.
Okay, and the CETC as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay, perfect. Just gonna scroll down here. Through the policy section, where 1.5 service levels, are we issuing a verbal warning first? So that's when we're putting out those signs and before we're ticketing, are we issuing a warning first, like have your vehicles moved or they're going to be towed kind of thing?
Yes, thank you for the question on that. When it comes to vehicles that aren't moving for snow removal, it is a very cumbersome process to go through. So most of the time, we are issuing a ticket on first instance on those with the intent on, hopefully you get a ticket the first time, you're not going to be there the next time we're coming around, right? So most instances, ticketing is not my first avenue that I like to go with, but with snow removal and the concerns that it gets, and the impacts of the crews from actually clearing the road kind of thing. My philosophy on that is a lot more ticketing in the first instance. With that though, we do put out a bunch of notification to the public and stuff like that. We have signs out on the roadway. Is there things that we're working with municipal or infrastructure services to try and improve? Yes, so that we're trying to kind of remove some of those kind of things to make it a little bit more accessible for the public and a little bit easier for them. But yeah, to answer your question, normally it is a ticket on the first instance for those ones.
Okay, for some reason, I thought we were doing a little knock at the door and saying, can you move your vehicle?
Might have happened before my time, but not since I've been here.
Okay.
And sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor, could you introduce yourself to council? I believe this is your first meeting of them,
Yes.
so.
Cody Rossling, Manager of Enforcement Services and Emergency Management for the town of Drayton Valley. So,
Perfect. Did you have a question in regards to this? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Wheeler.
Sorry, I'm just wondering, last year about how many tickets do you think were issued? Like, how much of a problem is this, is what I'm asking?
yeah. So there's always challenge when it comes to, if we're fully staffed, there's 3 of us compared to a full complement of public works staff. So we can't provide service doing snow removal every time there's a snowfall, unfortunately. Normally, we're pretty good at assisting with priority 1s, 2s, a little bit on the 3s, 4s are often get lost, unfortunately. Last year, there were some warnings that were issued, but combined with the tickets and warnings, I was just looking the other day, we had 125 that were issued, so.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And do we feel with our procedure for when we're giving the minimum to maximum response time? I know we played around with this, or we had some, I guess, complaints and concerns. How are we feeling with everything now? Like, are we at a good place, we feel, for the signage going out and how long it's taking?
Yeah, so currently that is regulated under the traffic bylaw. So the policy won't be able to kind of make that less per se. I guess we could technically make it longer. Earlier in this year, we did a survey to the public about traffic safety related matters in the community. One of the questions that we did ask was surrounding timelines for signage for snow removal. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if I recall correctly, the majority of respondents were in support of moving from a 12-hour notice up to, I think, 18 or 24 hours. So I'm anticipating sometime next year bringing that bylaw forward to council for further review and discussion. The traffic bylaw in general, not just signage kind of thing, but at that point would be where we could kind of through the legislation, if council is desirous to kind of change that, so.
Okay, perfect. And then one last question. I know it's been brought up again. Sidewalks for clearing, particularly along 50th and 50th. And it's already November. We've already had the snowfall. So you're suggesting it's a little late in the year to make any changes to that, as it could send a mixed messaging to the business owners. So that's something that will come back in the spring. How are we anticipating, or are we feeling that there's going to be certain areas that last year maybe weren't getting cleared? Just to kind of echo Councillor Wheeler's comments about, people have strollers or, sleds and everything that they're pulling kids and trying to get around our community. How are we dealing with those ones, particularly 50th and 50th in those high traffic areas? Just to ensure that the snow is getting removed, right?
Yeah. So currently under the community standards bylaw, anytime that we issue an order, we do have to give a minimum timeline of 14 days for an appeal period to occur. Depending on if it's a property that we can serve the notice personally, that cuts off any kind of delivery time, stuff like that. If it's a vacant property, for example, which we have a number of those throughout the community, it's not just giving the notice to someone at the door and we got to mail it out, right? So if we have to mail it out to a property owner who's in Alberta, we have to add 7 days on to our timelines. If they're outside of Alberta but within Canada, we have to give 14 days. So from the moment that we actually get involved till we can actually show up with contractors to clean the sidewalk, minimum 14 days if we can personally serve it. But again, if we do need to send it in the mail kind of thing for these orders, minimum that's putting us up to 21 days. So with the previous council, we took to a GNP, I think back in July or something like that, some proposed amendments to the community standards bylaw. One of the amendments to that was looking at, do we remove some of the appeal periods for a couple of the offenses? That was one of the offenses that we brought forward for discussion at that time. So I'm anticipating we're probably going to be bringing that bylaw probably in January for council back to a GMP. For council to kind of have some additional thoughts now that we've got a new council and see what their feeling is, to again streamline that process, because ultimately at the end of the day, we also need to navigate all of our files and stuff like that. And if we are sitting on 30 sidewalk files for 3 weeks, we're not going to proactively go and start 30 new ones at that point, right? So personally, I'd like to see the removal of that appeal process for an offense like that. So again, we're showing up, we're giving them 24, 48 hours notice, whatever. It's not done, we're coming in, we're getting it done. So to be
I thought
determined.
that was brought and approved at council.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
there were several amendments for the community standards bylaw and the pet ownership bylaw, I believe was the other one. And there were many, many concerns raised by previous council, and so they suggested bringing it back, by which time we were already heading into the election, and it made more sense to wait until we had new council in place.
Okay. Okay, perfect. That is it for questions. So if there's no other questions, we're looking for a motion today. As administration had mentioned, that the recommendation today is to accept the snow removal policy as information and for it to come back in the spring for further discussion around the changes to the sidewalk clearing, as well as, in the meantime, to identify areas that could potentially be Wind Road. But I don't know if we'd be doing it this year.
I would suggest, Madam Mayor, just as the general manager has mentioned, we really shouldn't be adjusting snow removal policies because we cannot get the information out efficiently to the public. So I would suggest accepting it for information currently, and to direct administration to bring it back to a May governance and priorities, so that then we could work on the communications plan as well as any changes council would like made, so.
Okay, perfect. Is there a member of council who would like to make a motion? Councillor Bowen?
I make a motion that council accepts the snow removal policy report as information.
And anything else?
Sorry, what?
And anything else would you like to include on there? No, you can make it, you can amend it, since you made the motion to bring it back in the spring.
And to bring it back in the spring at a governance and policy meeting so that we can further amend it.
Perfect, thank you for that. So there's a motion on the floor that council accept the snow removal policy report as information and bring it back in the spring for review at a governance and priorities meeting. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Thought we would be a little bit longer with the snow removal. So next up, we have the procedural, that was removed and put in GNP. So next up is the Q3 financial report. Ms. Thompson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Elvira Thompson, General Manager of Corporate Services. All of us have met, so you know who I am and why I'm here. So today I'm giving the Q3 financial report. So just for information, we bring a quarterly report to council. The quarter 1, 2, and 3 usually happen a month to a month and a half after quarter ends. Quarter 4 is later because at quarter 4 we have a lot of financial adjustments and we do the audit. And I don't want to bring a financial report forward with a surplus of one amount and the auditor insists on an adjustment that changes the surplus for 1 year. It wouldn't change things forever, but for a given year it could change. And so I always wait till the audited financial statements are presented, which is always I always try to do it the third week of April. So that's, the quarter 4 will be a little bit later, but that's just for information. So this is the quarter 3 report, financials ending September 30th. And we'll start with, so I have these departments grouped together at a pretty high level. And so I will go through from the top. So we have property taxes at the top. So we have 3 years of actuals for you to look at. And then we have for 2025, we have budget, the total budget for the year, and then the budget year to date, which is the budget in our financial system is spread throughout the months. And so that's what we expected to have as of September 30th. And then it reduces down to 13 million. So we have 15 million and then down to 13 million in revenues. The reason for that is because that's net, and so we collect most of our tax revenues in May and June, and then we pay our requisitions throughout the year. So that ultimately it decreases our net by the end of the year. So right now it's looking like the actuals are trailing a little bit. And the reason for that is because last year the provincial government changed the requisition amounts late in the budgeting season. I think we all remember it. So the first 2 requisitions were an old amount and smaller amount. The third one was way higher. And so the way we had projected the expense to go just didn't quite line up. So we're not expecting the actuals to be much below what we budgeted. They will be a little bit because we always have a couple of assessment adjustments that come through every year that, for whatever reason, the amount the assessor gave a couple of people will come in and say, hey, I don't agree with it. We'll go back and forth, and then there's always a few adjustments. So potentially it could be, I know it will be a little bit less than we budgeted, but insignificant to the total budget. Franchise fees, it's interesting because we set the rate of franchise fees. So franchise fees is the amount that we set that the companies collect on our behalf, and it goes from the utility fee, the person paying the utility fee, and then it comes all the way through to us. So power and gas, we have ATCO and Fortis are the two in the area, ATCO for gas, Fortis for power. And so we set the rates, but they tell us what they're projecting to collect and based on our rates. And this year, that amount it's just not looking to be accurate. It looks like they over projected our revenues, unfortunately. So we'll see how the last couple of months come in, but that's what it's looking like. It'll be a little bit short. Other revenues includes various tax penalties, tax fees, some administration, or some operating grants and investment income. And so that is also looking to be behind, but we're not expecting that to be below budget once everything is said and done. But the reason for that is that typically I will make an adjustment for reporting to what I'm expecting investment income will come in at throughout the year, and we do get quarterly or even monthly statements. However, for all monies that we have collected from the government prior to spending, we're required to, anything earned on those amounts have to be put towards those projects and can't just be used for general operations. And I don't know what those amounts are. So typically that's a year-end adjustment. And so once the year end is done and I'm now calculating everything and assigning the interest income to the appropriate projects, then I know what is left for general operations. And that's why that is looking to be low. That is not expected for the end of the year. So most of the net revenue trailing is actually franchise fees, and if it is below budget, will almost certainly be, at the end of the year, will be franchise fees. Any questions on that section? Okay. Next up, we have general administration. So that's some internal revenues that hasn't been accounted for, why general administration is below. So there's a couple of departments for which we collect. It is internal revenue, so for financial statement purposes, it will end up being adjusted for because it's not appropriate for public financial statements. However, we account for revenue where in certain instances where the finance department does work for other departments in a case where it should be a business unit on its own. So for an example, landfill, we want the landfill to break even and have its own. I guess a big reason for that too was because we did not run it. We have in the past not operated it, and we do manage it now. And then places like possibly FCSS or places like that where units are grant funded and the cost should be appropriately allocated to that. So there are those situations. So, and then expenses, so council expenses looks to be under budget. I expect that to pick up in Q4 because we do have a new council. So the first little bit for a new council term, we typically have more training and more meetings and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not expecting there to be a much under budget. It might be a little bit, but that should pick up by the end of the year. And then general administration, so this is the way we projected to spend money on projects just has not happened that way. So things are just taking longer than we're budgeted. For example, our financial software program, we're just like, maybe 20% of what we spent on it. So that's why that looks, so we have the big financial software upgrade program. We have some HR contingencies that haven't been spent, as well as IT projects that are lagging towards Q4 and potentially into the new year. And so that's where things are at. So for projects, just for information, if a project is not done by the end of the year, that money will obviously, it won't serve as a surplus for this year. The money will go with the project to the next year. So we won't see that savings at the end of the year if that project isn't done. So it won't be savings for the year. If it's just general operational efficiencies, it will be a surplus at the end of the year. Protective services, so I don't have anything too big to note there. We have, for fire, we do have higher revenues than expected. We have a number of smaller grants, and then we also have some deployment revenue this year as well. The deployment revenue will, the profit from the deployment will be going to reserves as directed by council in a previous motion. And then under disaster and emergency, we did get a Red Cross grant. So that wasn't budgeted for. We didn't know that we were getting it, so we did get that. And then with that, along with that, when you look at the expenses, we have higher expenses because we've been spending that money that we got for the grant. Under expenses, so for the police, we do have a bit of an overage, and that's because we paid back that final, for the new council. A few years ago, the K Division took, I don't know how many years to come into an agreement with their union. And so there ended up being like a significant back pay. And that obviously 70% of that fell onto municipalities because we pay 70% of those costs. And so we did have about, I don't remember how long, but we had maybe a year or so where it was in the talks. We knew something was happening. We didn't have an amount. Once we had an amount, we did put aside reserves for it, just so that it wouldn't hit the taxpayer just all of a sudden out of nowhere. And so we ended up choosing to hold on to the money as long as we could. So we chose to pay it over 2 years because obviously I want to earn the interest on it. And so that final payment came out this year, and I just have not moved the associated reserves to offset that cost for the year yet. And then, yeah, the disaster and emergency overage is because we got the grant for a Red Cross grant, and we've been spending it.
Councillor Clark?
We haven't got into it yet, but the expenses on the police side, when there's overtime, we get billed for that following year, correct? I think because their year end is like different than ours. Theirs is like April or something, I think, right?
There's always an adjustment in our summer. So their first quarter is our second quarter, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think that, yeah, and so we do sometimes have the opposite though, like where they over budgeted, overcharged, and then give us money, reduce that their first quarter payment or withdrawal, yeah. But typically it goes the other way around. So I always put a buffer into our budget just in case. The last couple of years, 150,000 is what I've put in, and it has been okay. I do believe it was, I don't have the trending in front of me, but I think it was, 2023 that we were under, I believe, and we got money, like we were under budget, and so.
Yeah, I think significantly.
Yeah, and so we've also talked about when that happens, putting that money into reserve to offset when it's the other way around. And we haven't had that since that discussion, so we haven't done that yet, but potentially that could be a way to stabilize things a bit more. But we always get they give us the information for it's almost a year behind when we get their budget, right? So it is a bit challenging for sure. And like we've discussed pretty much every single year during budget, is that it's by far, so I don't want to say that necessarily, but for sure one of the biggest increases. I think one year, all the increases we had done to tax revenues were just enough to cover the RCMP increases, just for context. And so it's challenging for sure, the amount that the RCMP costs have increased by. And if I remember correctly, we've had the same amount of officers since, I don't know, maybe Councillor Wheeler and Mayor Dodds might remember. I think it was in 2019 we increased by 2 members because safety was a big priority at the time, and the the numbers that they report in terms of crimes were high, and so we did add 2 members then, but since then, we have not added members to the force, so. Overtime, yeah, so overtime is hard because when they're down a member, has nothing really to do with us, but then other members have to work overtime, and so that can impact I wouldn't say that it has been the biggest reason at all for the overages or for like the escalating costs, but it's certainly a factor.
And the one thing I would say though is of all the things on here, policing is probably the one that we literally have zero input on, and it just completely impacts us, whatever decisions are made by others. So
Yeah.
total externality, not a.
Yeah, our only lever there is we want less officers. And to that end, I don't know how much we would be allowed to, like, let's say council made an extreme decision. I really don't know what that would look like. But yes, like our contribution to their budget or our input is really zero. But we do talk, we do talk to them about if their priorities, like they tell us what their priorities are and ask us like our priorities. But no, like in terms of budget, it is, do we want more or less officers? Do we give them another admin or not? And so on. So it's just people. That's, yeah.
Yeah, and that was decided by the federal government. They did the negotiations. Municipalities were not allowed at the table. They were just handed a receipt and said, pay this. So.
Are you good, Councillor Clark? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Jeffrey.
That answers one of my questions. I was wondering about staffing and how that's determined, et cetera. So that's an important question. Now, you referred to us paying 70%. I just need a clear statement as to who pays the other 30.
The federal government and provincial government. Some, little bit of both, yeah.
Okay.
So I believe it is actually, I think it is through the provincial government.
Okay,
So
and those RCMP officers, or this program only serves the town of Drayton Valley?
Oh, sorry, what was your question? Ask the question.
Okay, well, the officers, et cetera, on staff are only located within the town limits? No, so a logical question would be, does the county come into play?
No, through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey, there is a formula which we can provide to you that I am not capable of detailing without it in front of me. But due to certain circumstances, there is no requirement for rurals in some particular areas to pay for RCMP. It's covered by the provincial government.
That did
There is a new-
change a few years ago where they are starting to pay some, but it is, minimal compared to what a town pays.
And it doesn't go against what we pay our formula, the 70/30, it goes as additional.
They have their own members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just maybe, can you explain that? Because we have new councillors how many members, both admin and RCMP, that we'd have for?
We're not the experts on RCMPs, but we're going to bring Ryan, the staff sergeant, out to meet new council and to answer all of the RCMP questions, because he is going to be much clearer at it than we are.
Okay,
so.
perfect.
Was that it for questions for now?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll move on to transportation. I should probably rename that infrastructure. It includes roads, airport, storm. So at the top, they bring in minimal revenue, as I think we could all assume. It's airport brings in some revenue for rentals, like the hangar rentals, leases, and then just minimal amounts for both common services and roads, streets, and sidewalks. And for expenses, that's, that's where a lot of our expenses go, but as they should. These are our basic infrastructure maintenance items. So at the top, we have the mechanics and the common, for lack of a better term, but all the common services around public works. And then roads, streets, and sidewalks is specific to roads, snow removal, sidewalk repairs. So I looked up to see why we were trailing. It's just the timing of invoices being paid. It has equalized in November, so I'm not seeing any savings really in common services. For roads, streets, and sidewalks, it's because We don't have all our maintenance invoices in yet. That happened in the fall. And B, snow, the last half of the snow season hasn't happened yet. So we do have savings for now, so. Yeah. Oh. But at what cost, right? You know? So that there's nothing significant that I'm expecting. At the end of the year, we should see having spent most of that budget. And for utilities, a lot of the timing, the water, sewer, waste are the timing of how we spread budgets by either equal through the months or the way it was spent last year, and neither are 100% accurate all the time, and that ends up happening sometimes with the budget year to date. But when I look at where we're trending right now, I'm not seeing huge expected variances there. The expenses, on the other hand, is just it's the same reason as road, street, sidewalks. Lots of expenses end up happening in quarter four or being paid for in quarter four. It's a quarter one is a low spending quarter, and quarter four is our high spending quarter. Community services. So
you do okay, Councillor Wheeler?
Sorry, with the utilities for the waste.
Yeah.
Because we're like $300,000 under budget. It's actually quite significant. I'm curious if that is cumulative or if that's one of the ones you're speaking to that's going to be low and then high for some reason.
So I'm just, sorry.
It's okay.
It's the budget. It's the budget that is throwing it out of whack, not the budget year to date. I should be more specific. So if I take the total year to date as of September, then we are at 76%.
Oh, okay.
Of
So
the
on
budget.
target. Okay.
So it's the timing of, and see, it still could mean that we're trending back behind, because it could mean that summer are high spend months. So it could still mean that. Unfortunately, we can't 100% tell, just because the whole budget, we're looking to still be on trend. It's just, we're hoping that more gets collected in quarter four compared to quarter three in the last year.
Yeah, well, I think it's a
Which I don't know, right? It's hard to know sometimes. So for example, last year we have anomalies. So last year, I think, we had 50th. I'm just trying to think of the trending of the revenue. 50th wouldn't have been revenue, but the year before, when we removed the school, the revenue, so of quarter two might have been way thrown out of whack in terms of budgeting trends. So it can sometimes be not the most accurate, but it's the most accurate we can predict.
Yeah. Okay.
Community services. So at the top, we have FCSS. And under FCSS in this one, we have, and it should not be, I just realized I had not changed it. It has our unhoused, our shelter grants in it, which significantly increased this year. So obviously it's it's higher than budget because of that. And so that should be moved to its own line, shouldn't be under FCSS, but that's the reason in there. And then for ECDC and affordable housing and cemetery, nothing significant to note. And then when we get to the expenses, we see the community services again is quite different in the projection. And it's a timing of outgoing grants. We pay lots of grants. So we pay out a lot a few times a year. And so the grants coming in and the grants going out, the timing of which they're paid out, but those will even out. We always spend all our grants, and if they don't get spent, they get deferred and spent the next year. So it never has an impact on our surplus at the end of the year. And the cemetery expenses, I mean, the cemetery is a very interesting area because it's very hard to predict both the revenues and expenses on that one.
Another one of those crystal balls.
Yeah. Like during COVID is just, we don't know. There was just, people weren't being buried. And even to this date, like it hasn't, you would expect then the year after or 2 years after, we'd have more for like cremation burials, and we didn't see them, so.
What about with having
Interesting.
our,
Columbarium?
that we have there now?
Yeah, we, actually, the columbarium is, I can't remember the percent, but it's almost full, which is mind-blowing, because we built that in 2021, we finished it, I believe, 2021, and it's almost full, so there will be a project coming forward in the next year or two
For another one?
for a new columbarium, yeah.
Okay.
And
And what type of revenues, or did we see revenues from that, or are they
It's-
spread out over the
it's-
years, or
it essentially pays for itself and then a little bit is how that is.
the construction
Yeah.
and everything?
But the nice part about columbariums too is that the perpetual care is lower, like it is not as expensive to take care of for eternity than burials.
So just a question for the cemetery. So budgeted 57,000, actual 28. I know that there was concerns in the community about some low areas and some maintenance and grass cutting and upkeep that was needed at the cemetery. Did we address those concerns, and have we allocated a little bit, I guess, aside for areas that maybe need to be some more dirt brought in or some leveling and things like that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, to all of council, we have been addressing those as they come in on an individual basis. Where you requires leveling or things are tilting, we've been looking after those things, so.
Okay, and then so when it comes to headstones, you know, maybe falling over or breaking, is that, whose responsibility is that?
That's not a municipal responsibility.
That's not a municipal,
We help in some cases, but it is not under the act our responsibility.
okay. If it is because of the ground settling, or,
If we wreck it while fixing something, then yes. If somebody comes through and decides to vandalize, not ours.
okay.
Awesome. Well, on to a more happy topic. Planning and development. Sorry, did you have a question?
No,
Oh.
He's just excited to go into planning and development.
looking at the budget and the revenues, people just don't dial what they used to.
No, that's true. Yeah, I guess. That's data, right?
Turn your mic on.
Say it on the record, yeah.
Nobody's going out to the cemetery today.
So for planning, we had some grants under economic development that we didn't expect. And education, we did have some grants as well, which is then translates to higher spending because again, with grants, if we get an unexpected grant throughout the year, then we have a project for that grant. That grant always comes with pretty strict requirements. So if the revenue is high because of an unexpected grant, then the expenses will be higher because of that unexpected grant. For spending, so planning, we had a vacancy, have had vacancies all year in one area or another. For economic development, we did have a vacancy, I guess. We didn't, for part of the year, part of a person, if that makes sense. So one person maybe was on leave, but had multiple roles within the department. So it could have been partly education, partly growth. And so that isn't a whole vacancy, but part of a vacancy. And the same for education as well. It had a vacancy as well. And then for promotion, that's where right now the community events grant are falling under. And so we have a large part of the grants weren't spent till the end of September 30th. So that's why that is under, and that's it for planning and growth. If anyone has any questions.
On revenues and expenses?
Sure.
Sure. So where are we seeing the roots resilience in here? Will that be, we'll see at the end of the year for?
Yes, it will be under economic development. Right now, it might change where that gets classified because CTC in general was under economic development previously. And so with the change there, potentially going forward, it will fall somewhere else. But yes, right now, that's how it's set up.
And their invoice has just gone out, so because they won't have seen anything from the provincial government until after September 30th, when the numbers are finalized, so.
Okay, and then for expense-wise, planning, economic development, education. Why does that seem so high there?
We had,
vacancies?
our education coordinator was on leave. Essentially, she just came back in a different capacity now, but we had vacancies there pretty much the entire year in education. And we had some wages going there for other people that were running it, but not a full wage. So that's part of it. And then just, I'd have to go look, let me see if I can quickly pull it up, how much we've spent on a non-zero fee. If we are nearly at the 100,000 or not.
So that would be education, but what about economic development and planning? We didn't have any really planning revenue coming in, but our expenses.
Oh,
were-
revenue, you're talking revenue?
Expenses. I'm looking at the revenues and then I look at the expenses. Our expenses were
Yeah.
so high.
For planning, the vacancy was, oh, yes.
I can speak to that, Madam Mayor. The way staff time was allocated, the entire GM of planning and growth role was allocated under planning. It was not split out with economic development and education. Those things have all been changed going into the new budget on how we allocate specific people's roles within their departments. So in the particular case of planning and growth, the entire GM salary and the planner salary and the planning admin were all in that one category, as opposed to splitting the general manager position out amongst the three different areas.
Okay.
And some of the vacancies were offset by contracting costs as well, because we still have to, some of that stuff still has to get done.
So that would have included the MDP and the updos.
That would include the person who's currently, the company currently doing the planning.
Okay.
All right, moving on to Parks and Recreation. So the Omniplex and MCC have extremely seasonal revenues, and that timing can change, and especially Omniplex, where we've renegotiated our agreement with the Thunder, which is going to be change the timing of when that revenue comes in. And so that has an impact there. And then the MCC, most of the revenue, not most of the revenue, but certainly the highest amount of revenue comes in during winter when we plan the Jingle Ball for Christmas season. The pool is right on track. Yeah, it's still, people are still love going to the pool, which is great. We're every year when we budget, since opening of the new pool, we're always like, oh, is the novelty wearing off? Will it wear off? When will it wear off? Will we see a dip? And thankfully, we have pretty stable revenue still for the pool, which is really great. It means that the community is still, well, they wanted the pool and they're using it, I guess, is really how it is. For expenses, we do have, in the Omniplex.
Clark, do you have a question?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, on the rec side of things, when we talk about the pool and kind of think about JUPAs, would the JUPAs at all potentially impact any of the revenues on the pool or any other facilities?
Yes, they could.
Yes and no. The current negotiations in place, we're proposing to charge for staff time. So where they would they would be able to use the facility, but if they're having lessons, then those are charged for because we have to supply the person. So it will not be a free service.
But regardless, it would potentially impact budget one way or another.
Probably in favor, actually.
All right, so for the Omniplex, oh, I should have renamed it, my apologies. Team Auctions Center. We do have some, it appears that there are some utility savings. Utility is such a bizarre expense to try to track and predict sometimes as well. So potentially there'll be some savings at the end of the year. I don't want to be too hopeful because we all know that the winter months might very easily make up for those savings, but it does appear trending wise right now that there might be some utility savings. And then the rest of the under is just the timing correlated sometimes in part to the revenues. And MCC is the same. We'll see a lot of those expenses come in Q4. Pool, they're trending right on just under budget. And so outdoor recreation, library is a little bit over because we had the CCAN, and then also, I think we awarded the 10,000, we gave them a CCAN and then gave them the 10. And there was some renovations, safety upgrades for codes that happened there. But overall, in general, the Parks and Recreation is trending under budget right now. So, Hans? And then other operating contingency, obviously it looks like not much of it has been spent. So the way the operating contingency typically works is that the budget is there, but when we spend the money, so if we spend it on mowing, that expense cannot live there for financial statement purposes. On the financial statements, it needs to be under parks and maintenance or whatever the proper categories are. So that sometimes can throw this off if that expense is already in the correct code. But I do try to flow it through that expense, so in and out, just so that in the future I can see what contingencies were used on. And this year, some of the contingency was used on a consultant, or like our acting CEO for part of the year, and that never flowed through there. And so at the end of the year, I will get a number and say how much of it was spent and how much of an over budget in one area is actually because we didn't record it there. So that's why that looks to be a savings there. Won't be a ton of a savings at the end of the year, but some for sure. And so that brings us to the end. So right now we're trending $1 million of a, added surplus. And because of projects and timing of projects, as well as snow removal and some of those things, I do believe that we'll end the year in a surplus, but I would not predict it to be significant. And any questions before we move on to the next item?
Thank you for that. Any questions in regards to what we discussed or what Ms. Thompson's presented us? No? Okay.
Awesome. We'll move on to the financial information. This is where I present other balances that I would like council to note from the balance sheet. And so at the top, we have receivables. General receivables are anything not taxes or utilities. And they are higher, but so how it goes is that I invoice the Brazeau County for all our cost share items right as of September 30th. And then, of course, they haven't paid it by September 30th. So it always looks to be a big, it's not all Brazeau County, just to be clear, but a significant portion of it. Shoot. But a significant portion of it. So it always looks like, oh, you're carrying big receivables, like what's going on there. But it's not a concern. And then utility receivables, actually, we shaved it down from September 30th last year, and it is very cyclical. So we do in cycles, the whole town should be billed around the same week every year, but it can vary a little bit. And so it could just be the timing of a cycle and when I pulled the report. So the reduction there, I wouldn't say that there's huge efforts on our part to collect, but utilities were pretty on top of making sure that people pay. So if they don't pay for a certain amount of time, then we do hang door tags, tell them we'll turn their water off. And so typically, I know it sounds harsh, but it's the only way to make sure that we don't get into a situation that we can't get out from underneath. But we always work with people. So if they want to make a plan on how to catch up, we always work with people to do payment plans. The only contingency being that the payment plan has to make sense in that it can't grow. It has to bring their balance at some point into, yeah, so that applies for both taxes and utilities. Taxes, there's a lot more stringent criteria for payment plans, but we do that for both. And then for taxes, the receivable is up a little bit. The percent of our total outstanding receivables as a percent of our gross taxes, tax revenues, is not a significant increase. It is a small increase, not significant. Not all of the receivables would be considered in arrears, so anything over a year. And so when I go look at a hosting of other financial statements, it's anywhere between 1% and 3%, and we fall within that. So there's really no concern. And also, it is a kind of hard to compare to other municipalities because, as some of you might remember, we had significant outstanding amounts when we had somebody go bankrupt in town, a big plant. And so that can really, so we had in 2021, our total outstanding tax revenues, or our tax receivables was 1.9 million, right? And so when I look at somebody's financial statements and I'm doing a calculation, there's things I just don't know about their balances, right? So when I take a big enough sample, I can get a good idea of where we should be. And so we are okay. We are we're not low. I will say that. We're not low on our outstanding amounts, but we're also not significantly high either. So, yeah. For deferred revenue, so this is decreasing. LGFF and CCBF, which is our Canada Community Building Fund, they give us the money before we spend it. So we apply, we say how we're going to spend it, then they give us the money, typically.
Tell them the rest of the story.
So in the past, we've been able to save up and earn interest for big projects that are coming up. Much to my dismay, LGFF is not allowing that. And so they are earning the interest on it. So I am just one more way that LGFF is not made for small municipalities, unfortunately. But so the story goes like this. We are saving up some money for the distribution project, right? And it's not just saving up, but just the fact that it has been delayed over and over and over, right? And so they tell me like, well, you have the percent ratio of unspent funds are too high. They're not going to send us 2025's allocation. And yeah, so that's the story there. So deferred revenues potentially won't be as high anymore, but I guess that's where advocacy comes in and make sure that the program changes. I mean, that's a small part, but for a municipality like us, that's $50,000, $60,000 that could go to a project. That's not nothing. It's not nothing at all. And so it is still frustrating, even though I'm sure they have their reasons. I mean, now they're earning the interest on it. I'm sure that's the reason mainly, but that's what it's come down to. But anyway, the deferred revenue is mainly grants that we have received but not yet spent. It can be small grants as well, like most of the big ones, and we have some like small community service and FCSS grants as well that fall under there, but that's minor on the grand scheme of things.
Okay, Councillor Jeffrey?
Just have a question, a practical question. Oh, my screen went dead.
Okay.
Those acronyms, I don't know what they stand for.
So, yes, my apologies. I was going to do this after she was finished. I probably should have done it in advance. So, the local government fiscal framework is the province's answer, in their own words, to the funding of municipalities right across the province. And so there's a tiny little amount that's operating, and then there's the possibility of up to a certain percentage for a larger amount for capital projects. So that's, both of those are the local government fiscal framework. The CCBF is the Canadian Community Building Fund, which used to be known as gas tax. So if anyone recognizes the words gas tax, that's what it used to be known as. Of course, we have to change the name every time we change the government. I can't wait to see what Prime Minister Carney changes it to. Anyway, that is also generally a capital, not an operating thing, and that one comes from the federal government through the province when they say yes. Because now anything coming from the federal government, the provincial government has to say, yes, you can receive that, or no, you can't.
And the allocated money that we used to get has gone down significantly. And we have not been accounted for interest over the years
And
as well when it
inflation.
comes to the grant, or inflation, sorry, when it comes to this grant funding too.
Yeah, it goes a lot shorter of a distance than it used to, for sure. And it also, for reference, it used to be the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, so MSI, and this is our second year, we're in our second year of LGFF. So some of the funding formula changed, the way they calculate how much we get, and also some other reporting requirements as well. So that's why you heard some frustration from me there, because we used to be able to save up under MSI, and now under LGFF, there's more strict criteria.
And that's why mid-sized mayors towns and mid-sized mayor cities has formed, because they see that the decrease in funding isn't sustainable for municipalities, and we need some sort of additional supplementary funding outside of these programs that can support capital projects, particularly infrastructure. And that's why we're going after more money, and I think the province recognizes that and understands that we're all in the same boat, and they have to come up with something, or otherwise we're all going to be in a situation that we don't want to be in.
Yeah, Mayor Dodds is correct, and we are all fighting an infrastructure deficit across the country. And, to be honest, probably across North America as well, as there, the trends and stuff like that, and a lot of it happens consistently across. So people are starting to get a little bit desperate. And so I know there's a limited amount of revenue across the governments, but we need to argue why municipalities are important and why we're the building blocks of the country. So our debenture balance has increased slightly. So we have, in 2025, we debentured for 50th. So this is one of the reasons why the asset management program is so important, because we can borrow for road replacements, but really should not be borrowing for road replacements. So when a road should be paid ahead of time. So as we're driving on that road, we should be putting money aside for replacements. And so we should be able to be more strategic with borrowing. Unfortunately, when you are in a position like we are in and what we have been in, sometimes we don't have a choice. And so that's why it's going to be important to take the recommendations from the asset management program and apply them at least to what we can make work with the limited funds. But yeah, so we did increase. We've been paying, obviously we've been paying some off and then adding a debenture as well. So our debenture balance did increase. Bank balance increased a little bit. We did have additional surplus last year that we didn't expect due to some unexpected savings and some added revenues, mostly interest revenues. And so here, this is where I would have hoped that LGFF receivable was not in a receivable and that it was actually in our bank, but it will stay there until we've spent a significant portion on our distribution project. And so we can expect that to remain there until well into next year, unfortunately. And CCBF, that one, the reason why that's still in receivable is because their program went down and I could not apply for grants. So I said, hey, kind of need, can you send us the money anyway? And they're like, no, you're just gonna have to wait. I'm like, all right. So I saw that they said their program came back on, so now I have to go apply, and then once the projects are applied for, then they send the money. So those are both still outstanding. And then our reserves. So the reason why the reserves are the same last year to this year is because I do not adjust reserves throughout the year. It is a calculation done at year end. And so from September of one year to September of the other. So we just haven't. September really means December of last year is what I should have put. You know what I mean? It was as of 24 year end. And so they have not changed, just because all those will happen at year end when we know what our surplus are, we know where we need to pull from reserves, where we need to put into reserves and all that kind of stuff. And so the final report of the year, that's when you'll see that change.
Welcome to the test of the emergency broadcast system.
Did we know that it was going to happen?
Yes, it
No.
was announced.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, no, it was announced.
PTSD. Yeah.
Elvira and I did not get the memo that this was happening.
Scary.
Yeah, the ringers are not off.
My ring is off though.
It doesn't ring on mine.
Really?
Vibrates on mine.
I don't know if it did on mine. No, I think it just vibrated.
Mine rang.
Yeah, just vibrated, yeah.
My ringer's off.
Yeah. So that's, all right, very exciting.
Not an
See, this
emergency, that
is
was
to
a
make sure
test.
that you correlate financials with like an adrenaline rush, you know? It was planned. Yeah, that's right.
This is going to happen lots during budget deliberations.
Any questions on those balances? So the final item then is capital. So I am not the project manager for really any of these projects, so I can't answer a lot of questions. So if you have questions on these projects, the quarter 3, 4 reports are coming up right after, I believe.
Yes, just
So,
catch the person who's talking at the quarter reports and ask the questions about capital.
so this is mostly so you can see during the budget, what was approved, and in those areas where there's no budgeted amount, it means the council approved those outside of budget. So going forward, I'm gonna add another line, so it says approved by motion. And so it doesn't mean that we're just spending money on approved. It just means it was not during the 2025 budget process. So you'll see like the land acquisition, for example, one of those. And so you can see kind of where we're at, and as you can see at the bottom, of the 30 million outstanding for capital expenditures, we've only spent 3.6 as of September 30th. And that includes obviously the $18 million project that's on hold till we can get grant funding. There's some minor like design and those kinds of costs, but we won't see that being spent until we can get grants because it was approved contingent on, I believe, 70% grant funding. As of the day I pulled this report, we did almost spent 5 million to date. So yes, that's just for information. Oh, just your worship this time.
I'm on the Alberta one.
Oh.
Like I've got it still from the wildfire, so
Oh my
I don't know
gosh.
why yours didn't go off,
Yeah.
Cody.
I got that one, so. And just to clarify, again, with things moved outside of budget from time to time, council did make a motion from the 2024 carryover, the second last line.
Oh, yeah.
The CET furnishings became sidewalk repairs, so.
So are we anticipating these projects to be completed by? No?
If you have questions on who it is, I can answer that and then you can save them, but most of you will probably be able to figure out which manager to ask or which GM to ask. But in terms of progress, yeah, the best people to ask are the GMs, so they'll be able to answer all of them.
So once we move into the
Yeah,
next department reports, then we'll ask.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
That's everything from me. If there's no questions, then I'm done, I think.
Okay, does anybody have any final questions for Ms. Thompson? Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you very much. We'll have a 10-minute.
We do need to
Oh,
receive
sorry, we
it.
do need a motion. I was all excited to have a break. We do need to make a motion. Is there a member of council that would like to make a motion? I'm going to go to Councillor, who hasn't made a motion. Councillor Jeffrey? Okay.
I move that council receive the quarter 3 financial report as information.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the motion? Then I'll call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. And we
Thank
will
you.
break. Okay, we will reconvene at 2:10 PM. And we have our last decision item on the agenda for this afternoon, 8.9, which is the quarter 3 department reports. This is from our GMs. First up is Ms. Stone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. I am pleased to present the Q3 report for communications. So it was a really busy quarter for myself. There was a lot of stuff happening there. From Public Works, they were in full swing with all of their activities and their projects, so there was a lot of communications going out about that. We also had a number of big community events and celebrations that included the Mayor's Gala, the charity golf tournament, and of course, we started to really ramp up for the election to prepare for that. And then we also had a couple of sensitive topics in this quarter, such as homelessness, infrastructure concerns, so we myself tried to work with our departments to make sure the information we were putting out was timely, keeping our public informed and updated on what was going on. And just for information for council, I've included some of our engagement stats from social media, just as kind of an interesting thing to include. So I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you very much. Any questions for communications? No? Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Moving along, next up is, where are we here? Is infrastructure, I believe. This is Ms. Terry. I think you're up next.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council.
Good afternoon.
So we'll start with some key updates for the water and wastewater systems. So training and CEUs, so we're continuing to level up our operators so that we've got a lot of redundancy. We also entered into an agreement with a bordering municipality to add support for each of us. So if they need an operator for support, we'll be able to supply that support, vice versa. Distribution system. Crews completed the annual summer flushing program, annual winterizing program as well. Seasonal staff worked on exercising main valves throughout the summer. 45 deficient valves have been identified. Two have been fully replaced, actually 3 now, but, and 6 have been repaired so far. Quarterly testing for our approvals have been completed. I'm not going to say what those are. They're very long words, but ultimately we're required by Alberta Environment to do certain testing, and all of our testing is coming back as passes. Water treatment plant, annual vibration testing, and on pump motors, assessments show overall good health at the water treatment plant. One was identified at the reservoir to have some changes from our last annual vibration testing, so we're getting that looked at currently. Quarterly preventative maintenance is performed on all of our equipment. And again, our approval testing, which is our semi-annual testing, which happens twice a year on our treated water supply. For sewage collection, our flush truck has been out regularly cleaning all of our lines. You can see on there, I've attached a map that we've created. All the blue lines have been what we've got completed this year, and we're still working away at it. Wastewater treatment, quarterly acute lethality sampling has been completed, which was a passing result. If you want to know what that is the federal government had mandated us to do fish toxicity testing. So we take our wastewater, we put it in our full concentration of wastewater, we put 10 rainbow trout in, and they must survive 96 hours. So we did pass the last test, which is good news.
Once we finish with those fish, we then have to kill them. So either they die or they die.
Yeah.
Which fish sign up for that?
Also, we use.
We don't have a volunteer program.
Also, we're using rainbow trout, which is not really native to our area of the North Saskatchewan River.
They're very old. They're aged.
However, they use that because it is one of the weakest fish out there. So if that can survive, all fish can survive. What? Pardon me? No, they're just minnows. Yeah, they're not full size. Annual monitoring well sampling. So around our lagoons, we have monitoring wells that we sample to make sure our lagoons are not leaking. So that has to be done annually as per our approval. Regular CBOD TSS, which is our weekly sampling that we must do as per our approval as well, has been completed, and we've been well within our limits on those.
So CBOD and TSS?
So carbonous biochemical oxygen demand and total suspended solids is what those are.
So you have to remember that because you will have to know that by next week.
There's a test, definitely a test. In our UV system, this is the system that disinfects our wastewater before we release back into the environment. This year we did an annual replacement for all of the sleeves that hold our bulbs because they were becoming brittle. So we replaced 240 sleeves on our UV system. Wastewater upgrades. So of course we have a new approval which requires us to do a large upgrade to our facility. We did secure funding from Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Partnership. However, it's not quite enough. There's some increased costs due to things that are out of our control, inflationary costs, tariffs. Also, there was some new results that came out from our geotechnical analysis that required pilings for our building. So some adjustments have to be made. So we will be applying again for AMWIP for those increased costs. Currently, we're still awaiting the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Grant. They said we should receive notice in a few months on whether or not we were successful. That would hopefully bring us up to that 70% funding for our project, so we can move forward on it. Manhole lining project was supposed to start mid-October. However, I think I mentioned earlier, there was an equipment failure, so that has been delayed. We're still waiting on the contractor to let us know when they'll be able to reinitiate that work. Distribution project, we did obtain permission from the landowner adjacent to the water treatment plant. We've done our geotechnical analysis plus all of our daylighting of the existing utilities in there to finish our design for alignment to hopefully go to tender spring of next year so we can get this project completed, and that's where we tie the water treatment plant into the distribution network. And then we're updating our emergency response plan currently to align with our visions with our current program. Public Works, so there's been a few staffing updates. Some new members have joined our team, which is always great to see. Line painting, our contractors did all of our major line painting on major roads, as well as we did some diagonal line painting, which saved us approximately $9,000 in cost, contracted cost. Pothole repairs, Public Works narrowed down the cause of the heightened pothole failures due to what I had explained earlier in the cold mix batch. We found a new product and it's proving successful. Larger pothole repairs, contractors were able to complete 6 major repairs throughout town. And Public Works did some in-house work on a cul-de-sac in Aspenview where the garbage truck had punched out the road. So we had to do some emergency repairs in there. Street sweeping, Public Works has been street sweeping throughout the summer and of course increased it during the fall to get the leaves off the road. CETC landscaping, our crews took our heavy equipment down there and kind of directly north of the building. The ground was quite uneven. So we did some training in there with our staff to kind of like a rodeo so that they could learn how to maneuver the equipment. So we had the graders out there, loaders out there, trucks, and we cleaned it up so it's more level. I think they did a fabulous job over there. If you ever have a chance to look, go have a look, but it looks much better. Lower Camtrack asphalt pathways. So there was a pathway in there that was deteriorating pretty bad. So we had that completed this year within budget. 50 Street mulching, where Fortis last year came in and did mulching underneath the power line. We did some cleanup there. There's still some work to be done there next summer, but we did do some mulching in there. It does look a lot better. Ditching work, so we rented a mini hoe and we did a lot of ditching work in-house this year, and it proved to be successful. There's still a lot of work to be done, but it's something that we have taken on in-house instead of contracting out. Greenwood swale, there was an issue with the ditch by Greenwood flooding, where the water would flow underneath the houses. Previous council approved us to put in a concrete swale to kind of speed up the flow there. So that has been completed. Obviously, operator training, we've been doing a lot of that lately, just to get our team so everybody can run everything, and we're a little bit more flexible when we're facing staffing members' time off and things like that. So. Downtown one-way crosswalks, we did that internally. Of course, has been controversial within the community. However, we did save a substantial amount of money and are trying to show some progressiveness within our team. Again, it was a training experience that didn't necessarily go as well as we would have hoped, but the trip hazards are gone now, so that's kind of what we were trying to identify, or to get rid of, sorry. Snow removal, we were all prepped for snow removal, have all of our sand salt ready to go, all of our equipment's ready to go, so we're well prepared for that. For parks, this year we tried to get really going on our herbicide application in our parks to get rid of those dandelions. We were able to do 55.5 acres of priority green spaces out of the 294 acres that the department manages. It's a start. We'll keep enhancing that as we go. It's always going to be an ongoing project, of course, but we're hoping to see some success next year. Park leaves, staff were able to clean up park leaves within a lot of our green spaces. Dangerous tree removals, many dangerous trees were identified and removed from both the dog park and the day use area by our contractors. Park sander, we were able to purchase a park sander within our budget this year. That goes on the back of our Kubota to kind of help with our icy trails and sidewalks. Trail upgrades and active transportation fund. So currently we have a grant for trail upgrades. Originally when the grant was submitted, the projected costs from the previous GM had said that there was about $590 per linear meter. However, it came in substantially less to $294 per linear meter. So we've been trying to utilize the entire grant so we don't lose it. We did receive a scope change to increase our projected project to go all the way to St. A's School from Peace Park, by Northview, as well as put in 4 additional controlled crossings. The scope change wasn't approved till the falls, well, end of August. We couldn't go to tender for the trails at that point, so it will be pushed to next year. However, we did get the 4 controlled crossings installed. And then again, operator training, we're actually training some of our park staff in some of the bigger equipment as well to improve redundancies. Key updates are 50 Ave, am I on engineering now? Yeah, landfill and engineering. So some key updates for the landfill and engineering. 50 Ave road construction is now complete. There is a holdback for some deficiencies that we need to address next year, but for the most part, the project's complete. Engineering of 43rd Street is underway. I explained earlier, we're currently at the 60%. Murrah Pond desludge has been completed. They're just going to be hauling their equipment out. We are looking at design, and we found some pretty unique things on this pond that made sense on why the quality of the water wasn't the greatest in that pond. So we did something this year to improve that. While we were in the desludge and everything was dewatered already, it just made sense to do it now instead of having to redo that next year. Sidewalk repairs and replacements. So we completed 608 meters of sidewalks under the capital and 330 meters of sidewalks under the repair and maintenance budget. We're doing final inspections prior to doing holdback release today. RFPQ, which is a pre-qual for a post-closure closure plan for the liability for the landfill. We wanted to get that updated before financial audit next year. It definitely tells us, it guides us on how much we need to put away in reserve transfers for those closures. Groundwater monitoring and methane monitoring. So right now we've put out another RFQ to all of our pre-qualified engineers to do our groundwater monitoring reporting for the 2026 year. Fortis and Rogers have been doing a lot of work. I'm not going to talk too much about that, but there's been quite a few approvals, and Bell as well, that we've been handling as well within our department. Asset management, traffic light projects. So this year we have identified 2 traffic lights that we will be replacing the controllers on. They were identified to be obsolete, can't get the parts for them anymore. So if there's a failure, the lights will go down and we would not be able to get them back. So what we've done is we're staging it in a 3-year program because there's been, I believe, 8 intersections identified that the controller systems are obsolete. But we've strategized on doing certain ones and then putting those parts away as kind of a tool for redundancy for the lights that are currently still working, if we need those parts before we get that project completed. Sidewalk inventory and GIS data. So we've been working closely with our contractor for asset management as well as our GIS tech to make sure that our sidewalks are in the system accurately. There was some weird breaks in the sidewalks, and we wanted to make those more clear for our asset management project, identifying block to block instead of it having these weird gaps. We brought the asset management report to council today, and we've been, asset management's been supporting me in the 2026 budget. And I'll open it up for questions. That's a lot.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions?
I would suggest that in certain areas it was deeper than others and they were backwards in that way.
Yes, so on the far north and the far south side of the Murrah Pond, there's kind of a pool of water and then it narrows in the middle. In the middle, it was 3 meters deep, 3 feet deep, sorry. And then on the ends, it was 6 feet deep. So where the water came in from the north, it wouldn't make it to the south at all. The outfall is actually, the outlet to the pond is actually in the shorter, the narrower section. So there was absolutely no water moving in that pond. We noticed within budget this year, we could accommodate digging that center out to match the two sides. And we made that decision and made it happen. So the pond will be, I don't know that it'll fill up this year again. It's going to be a work in progress to fill by next spring, but we are opening the pond up today.
Wonderful. And will you be looking at Aspen View Pond the same way, the one south side?
We'll be bringing.
North side?
We'll be bringing to budget,
Okay.
decision-making.
Perfect. Any questions? Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. It's kind of maybe 50-50 between you and Elvira, but with the budget piece where it had the capital projects from 2024 carry forward, there was the sidewalk and trails program. And it shows that like,
Zero.
yeah, zero. And so I'm just curious to see, because you guys have been doing stuff, was that a specific piece?
So previously, they used to budget sidewalks and trails together, and we're trying to make a separation with those. So that sidewalks and trail budget is only for the trail upgrades that ATF grant is supporting currently. And we didn't do any trails, and it wouldn't have made it into this quarter report for the controlled crossings. So yes, you haven't seen any money in there spent, but there was for the controlled crossings, and the remainder will be spent in 2026.
So just to clarify that, that's line item 419 and how it says zero. So the 246 will be carried forward for?
To complete from Peace Park to St. Anthony School right up to 50th Ave.
Okay, so for the trail, but what about the sidewalks?
So there's two separate programs. There should be a 516 program. That was the sidewalk program that did the 608 meters of sidewalks.
Okay. So it shows the 300, only 190 was used or spent?
Yeah, at this quarter.
Okay.
But it will all be.
It will all be,
Yeah.
okay. Did you have any other questions about the projects, Councillor Wheeler? Is there any other projects, Shelley, that you could speak to maybe that have been budgeted for, but they haven't yet happened?
CETC landscaping.
Yeah.
That one we have not done anything with yet. We were trying for the 2 billion tree grant so that we could do more with less. However, I'm not sure whether or not that was approved in the federal budget.
It wasn't, it was removed, so in the passing of the federal budget, that program has been removed, so we're going to have to look for other sources.
Okay, so this will be a carry forward and we can expect, because this was phased out, the landscaping there, I believe, in the proposal that came to the last budget, was it phased out in 2 or 3 years? Or
Yes,
sections?
correct.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's currently on hold. But I wasn't sure the 2 billion tree grant, they were saying grant applications that were submitted would still be honored, so I'm not sure. We might still get that. We're just kind of waiting to see, but we've lost our stretch of window this year to do any landscaping anyway, besides what we prepped for next year.
So will this be coming to next week budget discussion, or will it just stay on as?
Carry forward.
Just to carry forward for now.
Just to carry forward. Okay, and then what about, just trying to look here for, we talked about the light program, maintenance, we talked about that earlier, the Greenwood drainage is done. Road upgrades, planning and design, that would be for 43rd
Street.
43rd. Public Works Bay Door, did that come under
Yes,
budget?
it was under
significantly?
budget.
Oh, perfect. And then 50th Street beautification.
Same thing. We went for the grant for that as well, for trees where the mulching had happened. I mean, specific trees that aren't going to impede the power lines anymore. But yes, it's part of that grant application for the 2 million tree grant.
Okay, and so when are we anticipating that, or we're not going to hear back from that? or-
We're on hold until the federal government announces what they're going to honor from previous submissions, but the program has now been closed as of approval of budget.
Okay, and are there any other grants that we could, beautification or tree grants that we could apply before spring?
We did apply for another one. I can't at the top of my head remember what it was. It might have been Fortis, I believe, that we applied for. I do not believe we were successful on that. But we'll resubmit. We'll always resubmit for those grants because hopefully one day we'll get them.
Okay, I did receive a letter from, and I can't remember what specific facility or what it would go to, but it was from TELUS. Congratulations on your election, but also how they'd like to partner together and collaborate on community building and things like that. So I thought, just to keep in mind when we're applying, to see what maybe kinds of grants that they have or partnerships that we can be collaborating on.
Absolutely.
Because we do spend a lot of money with TELUS. It'd be nice if they could give back to our communities a little bit
I agree.
here. Any other questions for Ms. Terry? Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. Just a comment. We just talking about that 50th Street mulching bio-mile stretch. That definitely, in my mind, is an important focus because of comments that were made to me about driving into town and the impression that's made. And it's along that's very, very important, so.
I would agree.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you very much. So next up, we have Mr. Tom Thompson, I think. Good afternoon. I seen here asset management, so I wasn't sure, is Ken coming back?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, Council. So this is the protective services portion of the report. I'll go through the fire part, and as Cody's here, he can do the emergency management and enforcement services part. So just before we get started, just a slight correction that where it says 187 calls for service, it should be 130 from July to September there on the beginning. So those are the breakdown of the calls that the fire service has responded to over the period from July to September. Pretty much those are the standard types of calls that we respond to. Nothing out of the ordinary. Moving into the actual projects that the fire department has been involved with. The first due implementation. This was a program that was brought to council last year and was approved, and so we've moved forward with the implementation of it. It's an emergency management notification system as well as an incident management system for the fire department. The members, the app has been downloaded onto each member's phone. We are currently in the practice stage using it to work out all of the kinks, and within a short time we'll be going live. One of our holdbacks for the project is the fact that our 911 dispatching at Parkland County has to upgrade their whole system for us to be able to implement the entire First Due program. They're looking to do that in the first quarter of 2026. So once that's implemented, then the whole system will be up and functioning. In terms of AFRAC's radio project, for those individuals that might be new to council, AFRAC's radio system is a system that was introduced by the province to get all of the emergency services personnel and people on one radio system. They have recognized over the years that when you have large-scale incidents, different agencies need to be able to communicate with each other, as well as different departments and different municipalities. Consequently, they initiated this AFRAC system a couple of years ago. We are now up and running on the system. We have a few minor bugs to work out. We still have to install some of the base stations into some of our trucks, but for the most part, we're up and functioning with that project. Two other projects that were approved by council over the last couple of years, the aerial ladder truck and our pumper truck. I got good news yesterday. Some photos arrived with our pumper truck. It's actually on the assembly line being constructed, so they're putting it all together. So we got some exciting photos. So the final delivery date for that should be in March of 2026. The aerial truck is still in the queue. It hasn't hit the assembly line yet. As I've mentioned to council before, the construction of these trucks is taking 2 to 3 years to complete. So it's from when I first started to now, it's just absolutely crazy. But that's our reality. Over the last couple of years, the department has been very successful recruiting members to the department. In the last 2 years, we've recruited 16 members. Consequently, when you bring that many new people onto the department, there's a lot of training that is involved. We have been successful in having 8 of those individuals manage to write the provincial exam and pass their level 1 firefighter. So we're not totally there yet, but we're well underway, and training has been going very well. As well, one of our priorities since the wildfire is to increase our awareness and understanding of the ICS system. So all of our members now are being trained in the ICS 100, 200 with our officer. Sorry, Incident Command System. Sorry, that's it's a national recognized program. That sorry, my apologies. So we're well underway in that. All of our officer corps is trained up to the 300 level. So we are ready for any large-scale deployment that we may have. And the last but not least, an exciting program that we do every year in July. We do a firefighter kids camp program where we welcome our kids from 8 to 12 years of age to our fire hall and spend several days with us learning how to be a firefighter. We do 2 camps, one in Station 2 Breton and one at Station 3 in Drayton Valley. 62 kids participated in the program this year. It's crazy how successful that program is. It fills up within half an hour of our opening the registration. It's extremely popular. I know Jocelyn's.
Yeah, it is a very good program. The other thing I'll say is, and I believe you've told me this, that this year we finally saw somebody who'd been in one of the kids' camp come back as a volunteer firefighter into our,
Yeah, so it's real joy to see that, and it's a real positive that we are making a difference. So that concludes my report, unless council has any questions, and then I'll turn it over to Cody and he can do the rest of it.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, and then Councillor Clark.
Just a quick question. You used to do, I mean, that program that you do for the kids is amazing. You used to do one for high school students, a credit program. Are you still doing that?
Yep, we still do that. It usually is in the second semester that we do that, so in the springtime. That has also been a very successful program for us. We have had several people from that program join our ranks and are currently serving in our paid-on-call memberships. So.
Councillor Clark, did you have a question?
I did. So with respect to the aerial ladder truck and pumper trucks, I'm glad to see the pumper trucks getting built. Now, with respect to the ladder truck, so are we signed, sealed, and not necessarily delivered in terms of like contract and cost? Like we're not going to expect any sort of tariff surprises in terms of cost?
That was why it was crucial that we got approval in last year's budget to move forward with that project, because as soon as council signed off on that, we were able to lock the price in. As I've said before, that same truck that we ordered is gone up in price $100,000 just because of the tariffs and all the rest of that stuff. So we were able to lock it in at a lower price, which is what we were hoping for. So.
Great, glad to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
And just to add a little note on that, we did send a letter to, I believe, the Premier and to Canadian Fire
Chiefs
Chiefs
to support them.
Association in regards to the tariffs, because all of our equipment and even like gear and all that comes from the States. So we wanted to ensure that they weren't being tariffed, but I believe that they are exempt. Is that correct, what the Premier had said?
Certain items have been exempted, which is great.
Good, yeah.
It's not perfect, but it's better than what it was.
Yeah.
So there is progress being made on that.
Yeah, just a note on that. Any other questions for Mr. Thompson? Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Thanks.
So Cody Rossing will come up to finish up the department report for safety, community safety.
Hello again. I'll start with emergency management. So just some of the highlights that have occurred in Q3 of 2025. Staff have participated in a number of different incident command system related training. To date, this year so far, we've got over 1,000 hours of town staff that have participated in different emergency management training. So definitely a bonus, and appreciate the staff support in kind of continuing to do that training to make sure that the community is ready to respond in an emergency. In addition to that, this summer we had, for the first time in Drayton Valley, a co-op student from NATE's emergency management program, so he was able to come and start building some of our plans. They're not completed, but a good foundation for him so that we can kind of continue moving forward with those to ensure that our emergency management program moves forward. My understanding is he quite enjoyed his time with us, and he's in year 2 with his emergency management program, and about a week and a half-ish ago, we had our emergency social services officers with Alberta Emergency Management Agency in town, and they're actually bringing him on to do some projects with him now. So interesting to see that move forward. Some additional kind of high level on that, we were able to get our emergency response trailer. It was displayed during the Canada Day parades this year, so blue trailers with a bunch of logos on there. It's kind of two-purposed. Main purpose of it is to stock a bunch of emergency social services supplies, so things that you'd need for a reception center. And then ultimately, once all of the supplies have been taken out and the reception center sent out, now we essentially have a mobile instant command post that could be used as well. So this was funded through the Canadian Red Cross, so definitely grateful for their support on that one. We've been starting to do some co-organization of some regional training for emergency management, working with our partners in Hinton, Edson, Brazeau County, Jasper, Whitecourt, and MDF Greenview, based out of Grand Cache. So when we're trying to host these courses, often some of these courses, especially when you get into position specific, you got to go down to like Lethbridge, and there's only one course per year, for example. So trying to streamline some of that stuff. Yes, there's going to be a little bit of travel, but if we kind of rotate it around between kind of the regional kind of things, we're supporting each other's economy. And ultimately, bigger thing in my view is we're starting to build those relationships with our partners, so we can rely on one another to kind of help support if another regional partner has an incident and it's not showing up in the room, and who's everyone here? We've had some experience training with them. So, and I think the last one on emergency management high level is about a month ago now, we signed a memorandum of understanding with Brazeau County for emergency management. So that was something that was kind of long-term in the works, but we finally got that through. So I'm happy. Hopefully we don't ever need it, but if we do, expedites that co-response between each other for emergency management aspect on that. So.
Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
So is that on kind of the ICS side of things, like in terms of operations center, or like, because I'm assuming firefighters, we'll use them wherever. Yeah. So this is more just on like emergency management in
your different incident management teams. So again, if we need different section chiefs and stuff like that, and then that also ties in with different resources. So if we need a couple more graders, for example, right, we have those ability to just quickly call on, and it's not trying to figure out, well, who's paying for it, how's it getting paid for, all that kind of stuff. It's all been settled. So looking ahead into quarter 4 of 2025, we're going to be doing a tabletop on Monday, actually. So very excited to see how that plays out. Going to be finalizing our new emergency social services plan, continue recruitment and training for some volunteers in the community for emergency social services. And yeah, that's probably all I want to talk about on that one. For enforcement services, continue to be busy in the enforcement services department as well, responding to the community's concerns and needs. A couple of the highlights on that one is we were able to move forward with monies that were approved through the Community Safety Fund to obtain additional, for some council members might be able to recall back, I think 2018, 2019, TELUS put up some cameras in the community of part of a pilot project. At that time, once it was kind of completed, there was a decision made not to move forward. Those cameras remained within the community. They're not working for a number of years. We were actually able to make an agreement with TELUS where they donated us cameras to us. We just have to pay the cost for the internet to get the feed kind of thing, right? So been able to go live with 3 of the 4 sites with that one. So just working on trying to get that one done. Participated in various community events. Highlight that I want to talk about on that one is the Crown the Cruiser or the Dunk Tank event. Loved it, but hated it.
Next
We,
year, we need more council volunteers. We can't have Cody in a tent for 5 hours.
so.
Chris was good, too.
Yeah, it was a good afternoon. It was wonderful weather for that. We raised over $5,000 in food and money for the food bank in town. So again, good initiative for the community on that one. So
Just a note on that, there were several people from the community that had come out that had been ticketed by another former CPO, and he wasn't in the dunk tank, so.
and I paid for it, yep.
You paid for it. Go ahead, Councillor Wheeler.
We did a dunk tank at our work a couple years ago for fun, and people didn't sign up, but you could pay to have people go in. So if someone paid $150, they were going up whether they liked it or not. So just in case you need to raise a little more money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we said even nominate people next time.
So continue on with enforcement services. In Q3 of '25, we had 457 calls for service. Some of the three major ones, which we always see, is community standards bylaw, the responsible pet ownership bylaw, and traffic-related items. With that, the majority of our calls are received between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. That's at 47%. And between those calls for service, 19% of them were officer-generated, where the remaining 81% were from the public. So we're very accessible to the public if they do have those concerns and they want to bring them forward. Looking at that as well, moving into different violation tickets and warnings, 447 were issued, with 31% being tickets, 69% being warnings. And breaking those out, 50 of them were for bylaw-related offenses, and 397 were for provincial offenses. And then another project that is funded by the Community Safety Fund is positive tickets. So a little bit lower than I would like, but we were able to issue 11 positive tickets to youth in the community that are found doing positive things, such as wearing helmets, crossing at the crosswalk, et cetera. And then call logs, something that you guys won't ever have any idea. So when a member of the public calls us, and it's not that they're making a complaint or anything like that, but they're just asking questions such as, can I park my trailer on the roadway, for example? We capture that kind of stuff. Some of these things take 2 minutes and it's done. Some of it, you got to do a bunch of work and look into different legislations and research, and it might be 20, 30, 40 minutes. So again, just trying to capture a little bit more of what we're actually doing with our time. So when we look at our calls for service from Q1 to 3 in 24 and 25, we had 936 in 24, and we moved up to 1,366 in 2025, so an increase there. Similarly, for our tickets and warnings, in 24 we had 1,022, and in 25 we had 1,571. So continuing to be busy with that, and those stats are also with reduced staffing throughout the quarter, where we hired an officer that started at the end of July, and they were able to get their appointment from the province in October, so they were doing training during that time, so they're not actually out there responding frontline to the calls and stuff like that. So as we look forward to the remainder of Q4 2025, maybe dabbling into a little bit of early 2026, we're going to be presenting to council a new police and committee bylaw that's required, and bylaw and policy manual that's coming forward from the province. Presenting some proposed amendments to the community standards bylaw and possibly the responsible pet ownership bylaw, and then just continuing with various patrols in the community. And Halloween's over, but participating in events like that. So yeah, that's my report. If anyone's got any questions, happy to answer.
Perfect, thank you very much. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Just a question, how many officers are we working with right now?
So if we're fully staffed, we have 3. So currently, we're final stages of recruiting. I think an offer letter might have went out today for the 3rd position. So yeah, if we're fully staffed, we have 3. That was an amendment.
Councillor Wheeler.
Yes, sir. For the budget, it just says security cameras, and I'm curious if those are the ones that you're talking about in the community, or those are a different project?
That's a different project. I think it was part of budget 23 and a little bit in budget 24. There was budget line item for cameras within the community in various areas. So we've got some cameras up at the Omniplex now. We've got some cameras, some of them were to go up into the CTC at the Civic Center here. Additional over at the skateboard park. So that was initial or specific projects that were identified in budget 23-24 that we're kind of just trying to wrap up. The TELUS related cameras are a separate item to that.
Okay. Yeah, just curious if it's a carry forward from 24. It's been like say a couple of years and only $500 has been spent. I'm not sure for.
The initial project cost, don't quote me on this, was about 89,000. So we've spent the majority of that at this point, so.
Okay, thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
Moving along, next is Community and Recreation Services Department report. Mr. Van Claveren, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and through the chair to the rest of council. So for Q3 of the Community and Recreation Services, you see different areas highlighted, and I would just want to take a few out of there per area to highlight for you. The first one is the Early Childhood Development Center. Of course, we know that there's some finance, let's say, anxious struggles with the affordable changes for the parents when there's changes to the funding. We thought we would not be able to fill all the spots in the summer towards the fall, but in the end, you see the update over there, we only had a few empty spots. So we are happy that we still see the parents finding their way to our childcare center. And finding the way to quality daycare, and that's what we of course stand for. And you see that with two other items specifically, not only with the activities that we do and the programming, but also that we have a consistent training of our staff. So we train our staff up to level 3 even, and you see 2 certifications here. But also our long-term service that basically advocates for our quality that we have. We retain our staff and have quality staff working in our center. For FCSS, we work a lot of there, of course, with our target community members, the seniors. The first couple of bullet points are really geared towards the support that we have for seniors. So working with our partners like the Canadian Revenue Agency to make sure that we do everything in what we can to help out with our seniors, to make sure that they do their taxes and other items like pension applications. Home support is the program that we provide, and that we see a little bit of uptake again in that sense that we can provide for them. And we also go to them. So it's not only that we work with partners at the facility that we have, but also go and outreach. Then the youth is one of those other areas, of course, of our demographics that FCSS really takes a high priority in. We had our skate park jam that we kind of lost our partner in that. That was too bad, and the weather was not cooperating first, but we had a great event happening still, working together with not only our RSO officer, that's our safety officer that we have in the community in the schools, but also with a lot of other agencies that came and have their information and reach out to the youth that is there having a great time, and that's foremost, of course. In the Omniplex, and I say the Omniplex, but of course one of the items there big time is that we extended or renewed our Thunder agreement with the town and the team, the hockey team, under new management basically, and we did that of course earlier in the year, but now we saw the reveal of the name, the Team Auctions Center, and everybody still has to a little bit get used to it, but we'll get there in the end. It's great that they brought in a sponsor like that, because in that case we can do stuff like upgrades, not only for the team itself, but to betterment of the experience in the facility. For instance, the media platform that we've seen being realized already. We are also thankful to the other groups, and because there's a lot of activities, and especially outside events that are happening, of course, in our community. And you see them listed over there. We have the Black Gold Brood Race around the facility over there. We had the cricket tournament happening, the triathlon every year. We have outdoor movies at the rodeo grounds. So a lot of activities that we basically support as a department because they utilize our facilities and utilize our services to make sure that it's always a success. In the Ricochet Oil Corp Aquatic Center, our pool, we put some extra effort at the moment into our JLC program, making sure that that's still high quality. Maybe you remember in the past, we have been even to Worlds with our competitors, but it means that, of course, we consistently try to improve that program as well, because that's where we get our next staff members from as well, and we see them joining into our staffing. The vendor space is the other item in there that we've been working on over the summer and signed our agreement to realize that in the next couple months. The update is that Camp Coffee Co. will be there sometime in Q1 of 2026 is the planned opening to realize that in our foyer where there's a little coffee outlet and a little vendor space coming with this partner. And people are active, they are always active, and you heard the numbers that are still very consistent in our new facility. But it's also nice to see smaller events that are happening consistently, where 8 participants completed a 100-mile swim challenge over the summertime. So it's great to see that. For community services, in our community services center on 50th, we had the opening, basically the start of the newcomer support team working out of that location as well. So it's great to have that partner in there and utilize that location that we have and is frequently basically visited by people that reach out to community services, to FCSS, and also to the newcomer support team. We do a lot in community services with other areas as well. The RDN is doing a big and we call that the Rural Development Network 2025 Alberta Provincial Housing and Service Need Estimation. It's a whole long title for basically doing a survey to make sure that we have the best information in a comparison to a couple of years ago, but basically get the information now what our needs are in housing. This report should be available in April 2026, so that would help Council as well with making long-term decisions. Our emergency shelter program that has 2 components to it. The shelter pots, of course, that are operated by Humans Helping Humans and the Warming Hearts Center. We are still in the 6-month finance funding cycle. That means every time we have to reapply. I can say that we are successful again in continuation with that funding. That's verbally because the date was already done and we are waiting for the check to come, but we can at least support and go on with that. That's a good thing. The other good thing that we have over there is that that funding increased not too long ago to 7 nights of security. So at the shelter pots, we have 7 nights per day, per week. Security that helps us decrease the issues that we experienced in the past. If I go to another page here, another thing that increased recently was that we are full-time with Vanessa. That's our community outreach worker. The $15,000 extra from RDN provided that full-time work that she can do. And of course, that's a resource navigation with our vulnerable population that she does out of the Community Services Center / at the Warming Hearts Center or wherever they are that she can reach out to them. The other items making financial sense is that program that is basically mandatory for the people in our affordable housing program in our facilities, but we do that as well for other, let's say, partners in the region as well that want to help out people to make sure that they know their finances at a very basic and great level. Jumpstart, the rec fee assistance program, we've talked about that before. Jumpstart is our partner that we basically help them out to make sure that people find a way to jumpstart again. And I say again because in the past it's been changed a little bit basically as a profile. But it's a great program that we can help people find their way to that for support for their family or even with organizations. National Day of Truth and Reconciliation happened September 30th, and everybody know that that was a success, of course, that we saw over there. We did that with the outreach, but the Root of Resilience School at the CTC building. Another event that's upcoming, that's for the Youth Advisory Committee. They do that with Dr. Unger. That happens December 3rd, so the information is out. Please reach out to RSVP on that event. It's great to see Dr. Unger coming back from Dalhousie University. That's the start of our youth program that we know the program morphed into our Youth Advisory Committee, and it's great to see him come back to see what the newest developments are and maybe support / advice for us. And last but not least is our facilities. It grouped a little bit together, and let that not deceive you. The first section over there is our Team Auction Center and then the MCC. There's a couple of bullet points over there, great of course. Then you see in the middle, just below the middle, the repair on one roof, Cadence Court. Well, that's part of our affordable housing program. And then you don't see affordable housing program there at all, but that's a continuous maintenance, let's say, focus point for us, for our team. There's a lot of time that we spend, of course, on our affordable housing where people rent our locations and making sure that that's all up to snuff. So when you see all the other items, of course, that's continuation or projects that our team is doing as well. So there's a lot more happening than you just see on this little list. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you very much for your report. Any questions? Councillor Clark?
A couple questions. So first off, the ECDC, this is interesting, the amount of kids not on the wait list. Before, we used to have, 40, 50 on a wait list. We're not seeing that anymore. Now, my question to you is, do you see at all that being impacted by the federal funding that was not accepted by Alberta to the tune of $6 billion over 5 years? Is that fair?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Clark, and through the chair, to the rest of council as well. So basically, yes, you are right in that, let's say, observation/conclusion that the change in funding, it's now a flat fee that especially impacted people with low income. To have the kids' contribution go up from what they had with affordable grants that they got, basically it was highly, let's say, subsidized for lower incomes to a flat fee. Has it impact? We thought it would be bigger, like I said, that we would maybe even have spots left over. That did not happen, but it means indeed that the wait list is gone, and we see that all over the province. So yes, that is a trend. We have a lot of communication, of course, with our other daycare, our partner associations. So the affordability is a big thing. Alberta did still not sign the agreement with the federal government. So when people talk about 10 days, $10 a day, thank you, $10 a day daycare, it's still a hard to understand item when we know the affordability has gone down for people in lower income, and they now have to really consider bringing their kids to, let's say, the daycares and the quality daycares that we are.
Right. Other than, or not participating in the workforce at all, right? So, yeah, lots of impacts there. Another question, I'm looking at the shelter pod stats and I see there's youth and child staying in the shelter pods. Are they accompanied by an adult or are they coming in by themselves, I guess is the question.
Thank you for that question. So they cannot sign in by themselves, so they have to be adults. So if it's youth, it will come with an adult together. We've talked about that a little bit when our youth center opened, our youth hub from Kickstand, how many youth over there basically indicate they are couch surfers. But yeah, they have to be with an adult to sign into our shelter pods.
Okay. Last question, wait list on the affordable housing. I see 3 bedrooms, 14 on the wait list, 2 bedrooms, 17, 1 bedroom, 11, incomplete, 13. So are those all unique, or do you have people applying for multiple, is it 2 bedroom and 3 bedroom? If I can get one, great. If not, are they all unique?
Thank you for that question. So at our intake, we pinpoint as good as we can let's say, the facility that they need, the housing that they need. So it's not that put me on 5 different ones, we pinpoint down to what it is. And it does mean, of course, that some of them have, of course, already housing, but based on growth of their family, they are applying for another already and are on the wait list, maybe for a more bedroom situation.
Are you done? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Jeffrey?
Just the newcomers support team that's been working there for a couple of months, do you have any stats or indication as to how well that program is being used?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Jeffrey, and through the chair. So no, I don't have any indication how well that program runs out of there in that sense, because it's so new over there. The first thing, of course, they were interested in is utilizing the space, the bigger space that we have over there as well. So they are not in there as long that we can say there's good stats on that, but we know that they are, let's say, very happy with the location and how this location can serve their group.
Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. Most of mine probably could come back during budget, but I'm curious about like the specialized vehicle and the ice plant replacement. So stuff that obviously wasn't planned for originally and happened. And then when you're saying that the recreation assistance program is full, we're not granting out anymore, same thing during budget, will be an update on that? Perfect.
Yes, thank you for those questions. And maybe Councillor can go back to the one question you had over there for the standard specialized vehicle. That's on the budget over there because the Handybus organization, they bought a second bus. And the dollar amount that you see over there is for that second bus that they purchased, but they purchased that out of their reserves. So basically they paid us first, and through us, this money went to a second bus that they opt their, let's say, their service with. So that's why it's over there. It did not have a budget, but it's also paid for by them.
Perfect. Any other questions? Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your report. Oh,
Thank you, Chair. Because somebody was saying ice plant, so.
You have something on your shoulder.
Yeah, thank you. So the ice plant is a project. The money that you see over there is for the study. So before the big project basically is able to happen, you need a study to see how much of the granting you can get for the bigger project. Bigger project is phased for next year. We won't make it, so basically for 2027, but the study is already happening. So also the study is for a portion grant funded, but that's why there's money already spent on the study. We'll bring that, of course, to, let's say, our joint rec board, because Brezhou County is one of our partners, of course, when we talk about a big project like that. And then, of course, it will come to the rec board / to councils for decision when it's coming down to the big hit.
Councillor Finn?
Just on the capital sheet there, so our ECDC backyard renovation, I'm assuming that's going to be just pushed to 2026 then?
Thank you for that. It's done. So, it's done and spent. Well, yeah, it has been paid, it's done. It's updated after this list.
Was it grant funding? Grant funded? No? Oh, I did too. Oh, LGFF, okay. Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, thank you very much for your report. And that wraps up our GM reports. Is there a member of council that would like to receive these as information? Councillor Clark? You bet. I do want you to read it out, please. Oh, I just need your mic on.
I'll make the motion to receive the department reports as information.
Thank you very much for making that motion. All in favor? That is carried, and we'll jump now to council reports. Just because it's the first kind of official one, maybe I'll go to Councillor Clark first, and then kind of, I'm not sure if you have it all written out already.
Who says I'm ready? But
Okay,
no,
well, maybe I'll go to Councillor Wheeler.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, I'll
I'm
go to
good.
Councillor Clark, then I'll go to Councillor Wheeler, and then I'll go to you, Brandon.
Okay, so some of the highlights, I guess, from the last council meeting we've had. Formal portraits, those are always fun. My favorite part of being on council. 10th Remembrance Day at HTA ceremony, that was quite nice. 10th Alberta Munis, that was obviously took 3 days last week. Met with several ministers, heard from the premier, the leader of the official opposition, and other ministers. I would say the trend is money is limited, if not non-existent, while we're running a provincial deficit of $6 billion. Attended this mid-sized town mayor's session. That was pretty informative, I think, in terms of kind of, I guess, what that group's up to and the good work they've done to this point. Met up with the waste energy consultant, had a chat with them about what that project is, and brought the rest of council up to speed. Met up with K Division. Not much to report there. I think more of the same. other than they're still in need of a building, so, and $17 million. So that's what I had.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Wheeler.
Sure, thank you. I was also at Alberta Munis attending, and I think that it was neat to see the amount of turnover that happened with all the councils, and people were energized, and they were there, and they were excited, and they were talking about things, and there's a lot of connections happening, so I think that will be great moving forward for a lot of our councils to make new connections with other councils and see what they're doing. I know we had a sustainability committee meeting, and I'm the chair. So, it was like an arm wrestle, but not for chair. And we are going to be reviewing the active plans we currently have, which aren't very many. There's one. And then we are going to draft kind of an outline of what the next year will look like, what we're going to do. And we did have a tiny discussion around the budget piece, because there is a line in the budget that when it comes, it says Sustainability Committee, but basically it's just the Watershed Alliance fee, so we'll talk about moving that somewhere that's more appropriately named. The thing that the Sustainability Committee does do is the Lanterns on the Pond event every year, as well as something around Earth Day, and so there has been in the past a $500 budget or something if needed, and any projects were always brought forward to council, so we're planning to keep it the same. Anything come forward will go to the CAO and to council. So yeah, not too much changes there. And then attending the flag raising for the Métis, which was lovely. We did have a concern from a resident on the committees, what committees council are on, being listed on the website. So, perfect, thank you. And then I wanted to ask about a chamber contact. I'm assuming letters went out to all the committees for who's sitting on what committees?
Those were in draft format. I believe they were going out either yesterday afternoon or later today.
Oh, okay,
So
perfect.
we have responded individually to the ones that have requested, but the formal letters are going out right away, so.
Yeah, okay, I just hadn't heard from some of them, so I wanted to make sure that they received them, so I'll wait a week or two, that's no problem. And, yeah, other than that, just lots of emails, doing good.
Thank you for your report. Councillor Boehm.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yeah, a lot of things since the last council meeting. One of the things that was a fairly big highlight with us was the media training with Miss Shauna Randolph. Very enjoyable and quite enlightening, I would say, in regards to hopefully not having to do that too soon, but one day for sure. Additionally, I attended the Remembrance Day ceremony for the Evergreen School, and actually it was really cool. They had the children there emceeing it essentially. They didn't have any parent involvement or anything like that, so that was really exciting to see, and pretty cool that they're pushing their kids to do some leadership that way. Also went to the eSIM event at the hospital. I know Pat Jeffrey was there and did a speak. Fantastic job. And so that was fantastic to go see, to speak to some people and really see what we're doing in this community for advancing our RN program here. After that, yeah, went to the Alberta Munis Conference along with everybody else here, and yeah, being able to meet some councillors from other divisions was really cool. Have some discussions with them, and then some other meetings with the ministers, the MLAs, and so forth. So that was just very eye-opening. I wouldn't say that I was very outspoken at that event yet, but looking forward to being able to be in the future. And yeah, also did our Community Safety Committee. Yesterday was more just an introduction for now, and looking forward to future things that would do with that committee in the future. So,
Wonderful. Thank you for your report. Councillor Brooks.
Well, on November 3rd, we had our professional photos. The 4th, we had media training, which was, that was fun. That was so fun. It exposed so many weaknesses in my speech. I actually hated every second of it. It was the worst. Make sure that's recorded in the minutes. I'm just kidding. On the 7th, I had the Remembrance Day ceremony at Frank Medic High School. It was a Remembrance Day ceremony. Had a whole bunch of people asking the teachers, who's that guy that you shook his hand? And, oh, that's Cody. He sat right there. You know, like, on the 11th, I mean, we had the regular Remembrance Day ceremony, and it was a Remembrance Day ceremony. From the 12th to the 14th, that was at AB Munis. We had a meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs. I feel like we can discuss a few things kind of about that meeting, angles of attack and that sort of thing. I feel like there's, I don't know that we can get more money, but I feel like we can get maybe higher priority. What else have we done? We had the Métis flag raising ceremony on the 15th. And then we had a regular council meeting, and that's today. And it was wonderful. I had a wonderful time with the rest of you.
Thank you for your report. Next up is Councillor Jeffrey.
Okay, well, I won't repeat a lot, I'll indicate. One thing that I did attend was and I get to use an acronym, we'll see if you get it, PCCS, Purple Lights Gala. Pembina Crisis Connection
Yes, ma'am,
Society.
we got that one.
Yes, that was very good evening. We dropped into the Primary Care Network open house that day to help them celebrate their 10th anniversary, which is really cool. A highlight for sure was being able to be at the eSIM Lab opening, and it was a highlight because it's a project that I had heard about happening when it was just a dream, and to actually see it happen and see that it's catering not only to the local hospital staff, but also the nursing students, and to have them there, the nursing students, demonstrate for us was really cool. I went to the Remembrance Day ceremony with everyone else at the Legion, and I certainly noticed that there were young people engaged that day. The performance that was done by the sisters that sang that beautiful song, as well as the cadets lined up on both sides. It was very cool. The Alberta Munis Conference was an experience. We certainly were able to collaborate with each other and meet each other and get to know each other, as well as provincial people that are very, very important. So it was cool that way. And I met an old classmate of mine, which was a highlight for me because that went back decades. So I did sustainability with Farrell yesterday, and I lost. But that's all right. I didn't fight for that one. No, or maybe I won in the big picture. Last night I went to my first Drayton Valley Health Services Foundation meeting, and one thing that came out of that I'll make everyone here aware of is that they are going at a fundraising angle that's a little bit different, starting with, I've got to look at my notes so I don't mess it up. It'll be happening tomorrow evening over at Nodding Donkey. I think it starts at about 6:30, and the idea is there that they've invited many different business owners and people in our community to just gather and mingle and get to know each other, as well as to get to know more about what the Health Foundation is doing. So initially, it's just intended to be a meeting opportunity, but they want to be able to carry it forward so that over a period of time, people will be reaching out to donate rather than being asked to donate. So it'll be interesting, and certainly everybody here is invited to attend. So, thank you.
Well, thank you for that. So that's tomorrow night?
Tomorrow, Thursday, tomorrow at Nodding Donkey, starting at 6:30.
Starting at 6:30.
Oh, and just a comment there is that they will be making money that first evening because Nodding Donkey is donating a percentage of the proceeds that evening back to the Health Foundation.
Oh, and this is the Health Foundation. Do you have to
Yes.
RSVP to anyone?
I don't think so. I hope not, I'm not.
Thank you very much for your report. Next up is Deputy Mayor Finn.
Yeah, it's been a great 2 weeks. Doing media training on the 4th was really, really good. On the 5th, along with Councillor Jeffries and Councillor Bone, we attended the PCN 10-year celebration. Really neat to sit down with Cindy there and just talk about the role that a nurse practitioner can play and a lot of the services that they offer that a lot of people just aren't fully aware of, right? So a nurse practitioner can basically do everything a GP can except AISH forms. So there might be an opportunity there for future conversation. presentation. On the 8th, I was reached out from one of the constables to do a ride-along. That was really, really neat just to see what's actually going on in the community. The 11th was the Remembrance Day ceremony, and then the 12th to the 14th was the Alberta Munis Conference. It was really neat just to connect with other municipalities, knowing that their struggles are our struggles, right? So as collectively, we can, not one municipality is going to solve the issues, but collectively we can work together. And, the Midsides Mayor meeting and such that we attended was really good. 15th, we did the Métis flag raising, so we actually had the District 8 captain, Mike, out here from Devon, who was also on Devon Town Council, and then met the 2 councillors for our region, so they're specific to Brazeau, which is kind of really cool. And then on the 17th, I had the EPBR Parks Council meeting, and they're currently started their 5-year strategic planning session, so we started that on the 17th. Really cool to see what comes out of that. And then yesterday was the Community Safety Committee meeting. Again, introductions, but really was neat to connect with those guys, and looking forward to sitting on those.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your report. Everybody did such a fantastic job for your first actual report. It's like you've been here for years. Great job. So for myself, we kicked it off our first council meeting. We had an organizational meeting, and council members were appointed to the committees within the community as well as internally. We also had RMRF legal training that day, so it was a nice refresher for myself of just how we operate in a municipality and as councillors and things like that. We attended the first Poppy presentation. That was at the Legion. That was just prior to the beginning of November, which is always really nice. So it was nice to have other council members there. And of course, the Remembrance Day ceremony that followed. It was a great turnout this year. Nice to see so many people in the community come out. And as you had mentioned, lots of young individuals and the cadets, and everyone does just a fantastic job. So very well attended ceremony. We did, I have interviews. Oh, I did interviews. I'm like, we did interviews. I did a few interviews with Big Rest Radio and such, just following the election and what was happening with organizational and mid-sized mayors towns and such, as well as a meeting with the mid-sized mayors towns just to prep for Alberta Munis, as well as a mayor's task force meeting. That's ongoing still. We did the media training that was mentioned, and everyone did a fantastic job. No one did a horrible job. I think that some of you added lib and got very creative, so I appreciate that, the storytelling and the scenarios that were presented. I think it was a great day for learning about media training and how we present ourselves in the community, and when the camera and the lights are on and everything else, what to say and what not to say. Attended Alberta Munis along with all of the other council members. It was a joy to have you all attend your first Alberta Munis conference. I think that it went over well. There was a high turnaround, as we've seen across the province, 50%, which was quite surprising. There was a lot of new consultants out there in the world of municipalities now from the high turnaround, so wish them the best of luck. In that, of course, we had meetings with K Division, Municipal Affairs, as well as the DM of Transportation, particularly speaking to grants and capital projects that we have coming up. I've had meetings with community businesses and policing, as well as what's happening for safety and break-ins and theft in our community. And that wraps up my report. I was sad to miss the eSIM lab opening. That's been something that's been true to my heart since the beginning of bringing in the RN degree program here. So I'm hoping I can have another opportunity, as well as the other counselors, to tour that and understand what they are exactly doing down there and how it will benefit our community. So that was fantastic. Glad you were there, and you did such a fabulous job speaking. I heard from so many people, so thank you for that. So that wraps up my report. Is there a member of council that would like to accept reports as information? I'm going to look this way. Councilor Burke?
I move to receive the council reports for information.
Thank you very much for that. I'll now call the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Next up, we have number 10, which is 12.2, but I think it's supposed to be 10.2 or 10.1 for roundtable discussions. Does anybody have anything? Councilor Clark.
Yeah, I had a senior resident reach out to me regarding the pool. and parking and issues kind of around that, because it sounds like the pool is getting used a lot and there's lots of people parking there, and for elderly folks on slippery surfaces, it's tough for them to get around, I guess. So just wanted to throw it out there and see if there's anything we can do, and if there is, what can we do?
And I think just to add to that, this has been brought forward before, and a solution was made that perhaps our staff could park across the street and allow some more parking for the seniors, and maybe just to confirm if that's happening as well.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of council, pool staff have been asked to be parking across at Lions Park, and that has generally been happening, minus an injury incident where they needed to be closer to the door. Other than that, it is checked by Public Works first thing on their initial patrol for, making sure it's not overly slippery or icy and those kind of things. Beyond that, the CPOs can do passes to make sure that it's not being used by students, but we would have to label the parking lot no student parking, those kind of things. So I leave it to council to give us suggestions on what you'd like us to see.
I don't see that students would be parking in there. Wouldn't they be parking closer to the school, or do they?
It depends on what they're up to.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Yes, that is, well, I mean, the good news is the pool is really well used, so the parking lot's full. And often when I go there in the morning, yes, it is full. I wonder, and then, like when I go there, I park wherever there's a place available. I'd be very happy to park over in the other lot. So I think that just a notice perhaps on the desk of the pool, just saying that it would be appreciated if individuals could consider reserving some spots for people that find the need to use ones closer to the pool more or something like that, that it would probably be respected.
So just a little notice on the desk and maybe the front door too. Yeah, Councillor Wheeler?
Yeah, just wondering if we've asked the school maybe just to make an announcement too, like to their kids, just to say, hey, we'd just appreciate if people are parking in our parking lot. We did that? Oh, yeah. Well, if people are in agreement.
Yeah.
I don't think it hurts to ask. Sometimes
Oh,
you're just
yeah.
not even aware of it.
Yeah. Any other discussions around this, Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I chatted with a few other people that attend those exercise classes, and one of the things they said was, I think there's 2 classes back to back, and tell me if I'm wrong, was they were suggesting that maybe put a bit longer of a break between the 2, because then you're not having overlapping folks coming. So instead of, because what'll happen is they'll finish exercise, they'll sit in the hot tub for a little while, then they'll leave. And I believe the second exercise class finishes either right after or very shortly after. So if potentially maybe changes those times, I don't know if that's possible. Maybe that'll alleviate some of that parking.
We can have a discussion with the Community Services and Recreation Department regarding how that's staffed. It may have a budgetary impact based on who's working those and space in between. So we can definitely look at it, but I can't give you a firm answer on it.
Yeah, is it, so if it's back to back right now, yeah, 15 or 30 minute, yeah, a little buffer just to get people. Councillor Jeffrey?
Yeah, there definitely is an overlap there, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, very interesting. So a few suggestions there. And hopefully we don't want to, I think that there has been an incident in the past with an individual, so we want to make sure that that's not happening going forward as we move into the icy season. Does anybody else have anything, Councillor Brooks?
Yeah, this just come to mind because we're talking about the pool. I have had a resident on my case for a while, even before the election, about how the pool, every time he goes there, the rock wall is never open, and he's adamant that it's never open. I've talked to some, I don't remember who else I talked to, and they're like, no, the rock wall's open all the time. But for some reason, anytime he goes, it's not. So I don't know if there's a schedule or if there's a inside. He talks about how he's like, why is it closed? He goes there, there's nothing else going on, and, there's no reason he can't climb up there and fall into the water. And so I assume it's the one inside, so.
Yeah, I can
Ms. Whaley?
personally speak to the fact that it's been open every time I've been there.
Yeah, so-
Not because I'm climbing it, because I watch people climb it, but.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's a schedule or if there's a reason. that
When,
it's closed
depending on
sometimes.
what's being done in the lanes right adjacent to the pool, it would be unsafe to have the wall open. So if there's no activity happening in those 2 lanes, then the wall will be open. If there is an activity in there, the wall will not be open.
And it's the lane's
The lanes
closest to the wall.
The lanes are adjacent to the wall, so.
Yeah,
He's just
Yeah,
got to go at a different time, maybe.
yeah, I don't know.
Tell him to try during
guess I'll tell.
aquasize.
Sorry?
Tell him to try during aquasize.
Well, I think I mean, in his case, I think he's going with his kids or something, and so he goes when he goes, right? So, but anyway.
Okay. Any other roundtable discussions or comments in regards to the pool? No? Okay, perfect. So moving, do you have something else, Councilor Brooks?
I don't know. Oh, I thought I pressed that button. I mean, I'm sure there's a whole lot of things on top of my head, but, okay, actually, maybe this is more me. So as far as our meetings go, we have the governance priorities meetings. Do we have agendas for that? Do I have to add things to those agendas?
You
And
can
when do I do that?
You can send them to me.
Okay,
Yeah. So we do agenda setting for regular council meetings, and then we'll do agenda setting for GNPs as well. So if there is something that you want to get added, you can just send it my way.
Anytime you get a good idea.
anytime.
Anytime,
My-
not 3.
my best
well,
ideas
you can
come at
email,
3 in
don't
the
call me
morning.
at 3 in the morning.
I wake up, I'm thirsty, and I go, I have a great idea. Nancy.
Block Cody. Okay, if there's nothing else, then moving along the agenda, the last items that we have here are 3 information items. They're all congratulations. 11.1, 11.2, and 11.3, congratulations for Minister Williams, who is the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Minister Andrew Bachenko, and municipal support for museums in Alberta as well. Is there a member of council that would like to make a motion to receive this information? Councillor Clark.
I'll make,
I was going to say that I have a, oh, I know, but I'm looking this way because I feel like there's been more motions on this side. That's why I'm
go
like
ahead, Ryan, go
looking.
ahead. Yeah. Sure, I'll make the motion that we receive the information items for information.
Thank you very much. I'll now call the motion. All in favor? That is carried, and we will adjourn our meeting at 3:33 PM.